A few moments later.
Everybody has their own way of playing the game. But my way of playing the game is winning the game. They want to go and be victims? Good. Let's make them earn it.
Didn't go as quiet as planned. New York's mayor is getting attacked for not being radical enough.
Because
Watch
people like
this.
me are constantly attacked by politicians for standing up for Palestine, and you are constantly defending the right for Israel to exist.
Wow.
My family is in Palestine right now, constantly under attack, and I'm hearing you say free Palestine, but also Israel has the right to exist. Don't be hypocritical. Don't be hypocritical and say free Palestine when you're also defending the right for Israel to exist. It does not have the right to exist. It does not have the right to exist. It's not your land.
These people
it
are
has
crazy.
The right to exist.
Let's give him a chance. Come on, Bill. I'm a born and raised a New Yorker. Let's see what he can do. You know.
We are seeing.
Absolutely, we can. Let's see what he can do. But we already know what he is because it's in his own statements and the people he hires. I talked
what
about
is
it.
allowed to happen in the
You
city?
must have seen this. The first show was talking about this woman who is his.
Yeah.
Her, like the head
Yeah,
of.
she wants to seize the
His
housing.
big issue is the rent. Well, I'm reading between the lines when he hired someone who says, word for word, let's elect more communists. Okay, if you this is not like.
I guess the mobs on the streets here don't want to wait the couple of months it's going to take for the mayor to start seizing people's property and bringing us straight to the point of North Korea.
Democrats must recognize that Zohran Mamdani is the future of the party. Unfortunately, it's the Republican Party. We've run this experiment many times, and the results are always obvious. Here's capitalist South Korea at night from space.
Nice and bright.
Here's socialist North Korea. Yeah. In 1990, Venezuela was wealthier than Poland. But then Poland, finally free of Soviet-style economics, went all in on capitalism. And now their economy is as big as Japan. And people there have high wages, low inflation, cars, vacations, homes. Meanwhile, Venezuela traded capitalism for Hugo Chavez's socialism for the 21st century, which turned out to be like socialism in the last century or any century. It turned one of Latin America's richest countries into one of its poorest. Low wages, high inflation, shortages, outages, 8 million people fleeing.
And that's going to be New York pretty soon. But I guess it'll be good for the people who want to vote for other people's money because they'll get some of it in the meantime.
Landlords are sounding the alarm over property taxes. So take, for example, this building you see here.
Yep.
These are 4 units. You see 1 staircase here, 3 behind me. Back in 2017, when this was built, the property taxes for just 1 unit right here was nearly $25,000.
Okay.
Now, 8 years later, it's up to $44,000.
Wow.
You've seen a 44% increase in property taxes alone. Rent obviously hasn't gone up 44%.
That's crazy.
Landlords say this is all because of New York City government making the problem worse, and they fear it's only going to get to be a bigger problem.
That was before Mamdani got here. This is going to get way worse.
When did this become an ATM machine? Or an open checkbook? When do you get an open checkbook that you can write on any time?
And now they want to freeze the rent.
Increase it again. Hey, we're going to increase it again. This is an ATM machine. This is what happened in New York City. This is exactly what was your unaffordable. Stop. This is what it is. This is your unaffordable.
The government,
and it's going to go up again.
The government's making the unaffordability crisis here while saying that they're going to come out and stop it with communism.
But you do see on screen, rents are also going up. We're in Brooklyn. Rent is up here nearly 10%. In Queens, even worse, over 10%.
Wow.
So you can see why a policy like a rent freeze sounds really good to the voters that elected Zohran Mamdani. The mayor-elect has talked about lowering landlord costs. He's mentioned things like adjusting property taxes as part of this larger equation around rent freeze. But Lopes warns that if nothing is done and we see this rent freeze and property taxes stay as high as they are and continue to raise, you're going to see thousands of units come off the market next.
Yeah, because those units, it's not going to make sense to fix them because the rent's here and the taxes are here. Why are you going to repair a unit that's already below water? Things here are really headed in the wrong direction.
Mamdani must be stopped because he thinks owning a home for $750,000 make you rich now. Yeah, you heard right.
Now.
Because under his new tax proposal floating around City Hall, owning a $750,000 home now puts you in the rich category. Can somebody please show me where these $750,000 mansions are in New York York City? Because last time I checked, trying to find a decent house in a decent neighborhood for $750,000 is already on the cheap side. But here's the part people need to understand. Right now, families could pass down about $7 million before the estate tax kicks in. Mom Donnie's proposal would drop that to $750,000. That's a 90% cut. And the estate tax rate, it could jump from 16 to 50%. But
you're gonna be broke. If you own anything and invest in it here, it's all gonna be taken away and given to people who voted to have it. That's how communism works. But there's a problem. New York's running out of rich people. Did you hear about this?
And we're here to say that the era of Trump and Zeldin and Molinaro, just jump on a bus and head down to Florida where you belong, okay? Get out of town. Get out of town. Because you don't represent our values. You are not New Yorkers.
So after telling the rich people to leave, New York City now desperately wants them back.
Always wonderful to see you again, Benny. What do you make of Governor Hochul? Voters are slamming her. She's already running out of other people's money. And this is right, a socialist mayor, Zohran Mamdani, wants to grab more of their money with higher taxes.
Yeah, and now she wants everybody to come back.
Yeah, Liz, I just love this psychotic, over-medicated ex-girlfriend energy from the states of New York and California and Illinois that sat there and muled at their tax-paying and corporate bases and said, you will never leave us. You'll never find anything better.
Yeah.
Starbucks, you'll never leave Seattle, right? And the big banks, you'll never leave New York. And the tech companies will never leave San Francisco. And then they find out that they're not the only babe on the block. And all of those companies are leaving in droves, along with their founders and along with their tax base. And now those states have turned into this psychotic ex-girlfriend who's sitting there in our DMs being like, please get back with me. Hey, honey, remember the good times? We're married, baby, okay? We're done with you. We don't need you anymore. We don't need that energy or that abuse. And I gotta tell you.
Here's what the governor said.
High net worth to support the generous social programs that we want to have in our state.
Oh, yeah, right? Like Mom Donnie's programs.
There are some patriotic millionaires who've stepped up. Okay, cut me the checks. I mean, just if you want to be supportive, but maybe the first step should be go down to Palm Beach and see who you can bring back home, because our tax base has been eroded. So I philosophically don't have a problem. It is like I have to look at the fact that we are in competition with other states who have less of a tax burden on their corporations and their individuals.
Well, that's not going to work for Mom Donnie. He's got mobs chasing him down that want other people's stuff right now. It's not happening fast enough.
I mean, what do you say to her?
This is a joke.
I mean, you can't make this up.
No, nobody that's gone down to Florida is coming back. What was the old expression?
It's
Slim
awful.
and none? I won't use the third word. Slim and none. About people that went to Florida, went to Texas. They're not coming
She's kind of saying the quiet part out loud, right? We just want you back so you can fund our far left policies in the state.
I don't think she expected Mom Donnie,
It will never happen. And right now, I'm worried about New York because once they want to lower the estate tax, and I'm over a certain age.
This is the guy that owns all the supermarkets.
My kids will hate me if I don't move to Florida because they want. But they're punishing not only the rich. They're not only punishing the billionaires and the millionaires. They want to reduce the estate tax from $7 million down to $750,000.
Yeah, it's probably going to pass.
Everybody's house in New York is worth $750,000.
Yep. They don't want the middle class. Punish them.
It just doesn't work. They don't realize that. I should come back so I could feed the migrants.
But as you're about to see, one of the only things local voters are not upset with the mayor about is that he is getting rid of the police. Listen to this.
New Yorkers Safe requires more than one approach. And it is indicative of our city government's belief that if we want to keep New Yorkers safe, we have to also ensure that we are not just asking police officers to respond to every single issue that comes as a result of the fraying of the social safety net.
Okay.
Today, officers receive.
Wow,
I'll just
so
say
he's
quickly.
literally saying
Today,
the cops are going to come for nothing
have to handle
because
200,000
we
mental
can't
health calls a year.
pay the cops.
That is not a system that is working. Today marks the end of that.
Okay, so the social fabric of the city's decaying, but we're not going to have the police get involved in that anymore. Here's what we're going to do instead.
Today is a day of ambition. a day where we commit to approaching public safety with the complexity and the innovation that it deserves.
Innovation.
The new Office of Community Safety
How about a jail?
will
That's
develop
an innovation.
prevention strategies for gun violence and domestic and gender.
That was a good one. Jail would work. Let's see. One second, guys.
And problem solving.
We need police for all that stuff.
Response plans will include services for crime victims and mental health crises. Deputy Mayor Renita Francois will oversee the new agency.
The mayor is committed to tangible systemic change with proper coordination and real investments.
Mamdani believes that police responses often inflame emotionally unstable people.
If someone gets upset and goes crazy at the sight of an individual they don't like a police officer, all of society is at risk if that person is allowed to be on the streets. That's a dangerous individual.
Says should be handled by civilians.
For too long, we have approached crime and safety by placing only ever-expanding expectations on the police department as we have asked them to address every failure of our social safety net.
That's right.
No,
Yesterday,
we're not asking.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica
That's not
Tisch
what's happening.
told the City Council that only a tiny percentage of 911 calls could be diverted to civilian responders.
Roughly 2% of the 911 calls for service today would be eligible for a non-police response.
Far from a billion-dollar city department,
So the police chief says, this place is so dangerous, we can't divert the calls we get to somebody who's not an armed police officer, yet we want to have non-armed citizen responders handling some of the most dangerous criminals in the entire country? If you're going to combine less law enforcement with higher taxes and more plundering of the middle class, don't be surprised if this place heads straight into the abyss.
And it's definitely a problem. No state has seen more wealth leave in 10 years than New York.
Great!
Mike, that soundbite is shocking, to say the least.
That is wild,
almost
man.
Comical, but the crazy
New York's
part
winning
is,
the race to the bottom.
She's an intelligent woman.
Now they're going to hate
supposedly.
on the governor,
No one's
who didn't
coming
expect
back unless you change
Mamdani.
the policies that cause them to leave in the first place.
Right.
So just to come back because the governor, who won't change any of her policies, wants you to come back, the high net worth people are smart enough to go where their money's going to be treated.
The thing is, she thought she could get out there on the campaign trail and hate on the achievers, knowing that the voters really want that the voters are primed and ready to vote for other people's money. She thought she could go out there and double down on what the voters really want, and then Mamdani comes along after and says, I'm really going to go for this. And now the governor's like, oh, man, I didn't really mean it, but this guy does.
Best, and that's Florida. So I don't know. You have to do better than what she's doing. You want to keep people in New York to pay taxes.
She can't.
For her
The voters
social
want
programs.
other people's money.
You have to offer them something, but keeping it status quo, you're going to get more of the exact same, and that's people leaving.
But that's what
Jackie,
the voters
what makes
want.
me nervous
They want
about
other
this is
people's
we always
stuff.
talk about watch what I do, not what I say. She's saying a lot of things because she's in an election year, but the actions haven't changed.
I don't believe her.
I don't either.
She endorsed Mamdani. She realizes right now that she needs revenue to be reelected and to keep things afloat so that she doesn't look like the total utter disaster that she actually is. But that's a separate...
Okay, so Governor Hochul endorsed Mayor Mamdani, came out and said he's the right guy for the city. But the problem is she wants his voters to also vote for her. But voters that elected a communist mayor, what do they want? They want the wealth of other people. They have voted for other people's money, and they don't want a politician who isn't going to give it to them. So the governor's between a rock. And a hard place, because you know what? The more she wants to toe the line to get his voters, the more the people that are around to pay for all the stuff those voters want, the more they're just going to take off.
There's something playing out behind the scenes. David and I commiserate all the time about Mamdani and we read this and we read that, and can you believe he wants to do this? And, you know, it'll blow your mind, and it's really disheartening, especially for people who live here. But I was reading an interesting article that was you know, we've been talking about Donald Trump threatening federal funding and to pull some of that.
Yeah, the funding.
I've been waiting for that paddle, you know, to come and smack Mamdani and the city. But I was reading about a couple of lawsuits.
The interesting thing about all of this new socialism in New York is that the president isn't coming down like a hammer on top of it. He's saying, look, if the voters in New York want to vote for this stuff, how does President Trump benefit from coming here and getting involved in it? No, that's not a fight that he needs to bother with. People are just going to leave New York and go to other places, and the problem's going to fix itself. There's not going to be anybody in New York to vote for socialism anymore, so the president doesn't really have to do anything.
You brought up some revenue tax proposals. Brian, let me go to you on
Everyone's
this proposal.
Everyone's going to bolt, man.
In City Hall, Zohran Mamdani is pushing to make the Big Apple home to the highest minimum wage in the country.
Yeah,
one analyst
boy,
at the Manhattan Institute warning that the plan would actually hurt workers that Mamdani is trying to help, saying that $30 minimum wage proposal could cause higher prices, obliterate certain industries, and definitely not make New York more affordable. All right, so you're my economist. Walk me through, and for our audience, what does a $30 minimum wage do? Is it helpful or hurtful?
It means boom time for robots and AI. That's all it means. Any company that can afford it will find a way to automate it. It's the easiest way to kill jobs in an era when you have the best replacement for human workers that we've ever had in the history of the world.
But you see, that's not Mayor Mamdani's problem, because in order to consolidate power as a self-proclaimed communist, he needs as many voters who are stuck in a financial situation they cannot get out of as possible, because then he'll be the only solution. He's the one promising the voters other people's money. And you know what? If you've got people who lost their job at a fast food restaurant, they can't afford their rent, and the mayor's out there saying, hey, I'm going to give you some free stuff, I'm going to help you out, that is what you need if you want to consolidate power around an economic system that doesn't work. Listen to this.
For a guy like you, Bill O'Reilly, real Irishman, that had to make you nauseous, no?
Well, I don't really take what he says seriously any longer. And that's my journalistic ability rises above nonsense. I call it gibberish. And look, he doesn't know anything about history at all, Mamdani. He's just a propagandist, communist. I'm glad he went to the parade. I think that was okay.
Wait till you hear what he says.
As far as what he says, I really don't care what he says. I do care what he does, because he's really going to destroy the state, as you pointed out earlier this morning. Everybody in New York's going to suffer except the people who are 100% dependent on entitlement.
There it is. If you are 100% dependent on the government here for everything, New York City is primed and ready for you, because voters here are voting for other people's money, and you need other people's money to get by. If your rent is paid for, if your food is paid for, you have absolutely nothing that can be taken away from you by a communist mayor who says he wants to have a wealth tax and an income tax because you don't work and you don't have any wealth that he's able to confiscate, that he even knows about. And that's who New York City is being set up to benefit. And that's why if a company leaves, the mayor doesn't care. So what? Now there's just more people who fall into the category of folks who have to vote for more communism, because they haven't been taught that if you vote for other people's money and if you vote for more entitlements and more freebies and more things that used to belong to somebody else, that eventually that turns your place, wherever it is that you live, as dark as North Korea. Let me know what you think about that. I'll see you in the next video.
Nuts.
Next news.
Not good.
Breaking news from the White House.
I don't think anybody
I'm
thought
Gary
that it would
Franchi
be this
reporting
quick.
from the White House. And folks, what I'm about to share with you is something the world has never seen before. In just 48 hours, President Donald Trump did what no American president has ever done. He completely obliterated an entire 58 Iranian ships now sitting at the bottom of the sea. The mullahs are in absolute panic. And our allies, they're lining up with trillions in investments. This is American dominance, and you need to see it to believe it. Now here's why this matters for you and your family. For decades, Iran has been the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. They've funded Hezbollah, they've armed Hamas, they've killed American soldiers with their proxies, and every single president before Donald Trump let them get away with it. They let Iran inch closer and closer to nuclear weapons. Well, President Trump just drew a line in the sand, then he erased Iran's ability to threaten anyone ever again. It's not just about the Middle East, it's about your gas prices, your safety, your children's future. When America shows strength like this, our enemies think twice. When we project weakness, they attack. What you're about to see is the difference between Trump's America and the chaos that we just escaped. Speaking of protecting what matters most, let me ask you something important. New numbers out of Washington show inflation's on the rise again, another threat to you, your savings account, and your retirement. So ask yourself an honest question. What does the next decade look like for you and your savings? If your portfolio lacks exposure to gold, one of history's most reliable economic hedges, it's time to rethink your strategy. Gold has kept up with inflation and in many periods outpaced it. My friends at Noble Gold Investments specialize in helping people protect their wealth with physical gold and silver. And right now, all new qualified accounts will receive a free 10th ounce American Gold Eagle as a thank you. Visit nextnewsgold.com and discover just how easy it is to protect your financial future. That's nextnewsgold.com. And now I'm going to show you exactly what's happening with Operation Epic Fury. And folks, the footage coming out of the operation is absolutely stunning. President Trump addressed the nation, and what he said has Iran's leadership shaking in their boots. Our allies are doubling down on America, and even some of the toughest voices in Congress are putting their reputations on the line. Let me walk you through exactly what just happened, starting with the commander-in-chief himself. Now here's President Trump laying out exactly what we did to Iran's military capabilities. Now I've covered a lot of presidential statements in my career, but I've never heard an American president speak with this level of confidence about complete military dominance. Listen to these numbers and watch the media try to spin it.
I want to begin by just saying we're doing extremely well in Iran. The difference between them and us is they had a Navy 2 weeks ago. They have no Navy anymore. It's all at the bottom of the sea. 58 ships knocked down in 2 days. And we have the greatest Navy anywhere in the world. It's not even close. But we are doing really well. We're not going to let them have nuclear weapons, because if they had them, they'd use them, and we're not going to let that happen. Should have been done a long time ago by other presidents.
Did you catch that? 58 ships, 58 knocked down in just 2 days. The president said it plain as day. They had a Navy 2 weeks ago. They have no Navy anymore. It's all at the bottom of the sea. And then that finishing line, it should have been done a long time ago by their presidents. He's absolutely right. This threat has been building for decades, and Trump ended it in 48 hours. But here's where it gets even bigger, because our allies just showed the world whose side that they're on. Remember what CNN and MSNBC were screaming? They said our Gulf allies would abandon us. They said Trump was isolating America. Well,
allies never
watch what actually happened. The UAE just made a move that has the fake news choking on their own words. Watch.
And Martha, the CEO of that Qatari gas field, the largest in the world, says 17% of its export capacity was destroyed in that Iranian strike, and it'll take 3 to 5 years to repair. And General Kane admitted earlier at the Pentagon there are still more targets to destroy.
They came into this fight with a lot of weapons. This is why we continue to be as aggressive and assertive as we can against their ballistic missile capability, both their medium-range, ballistic-range missile capabilities. So we are continuing to hunt and find them and kill them, and we will continue to do so. So they still retain some capability.
General Kane says A-10s, the old warhorse, are flying strike missions off the coast of Iran right now, destroying Iran's small boats used by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Apache helicopter gunships as well. He also said U.S. jets are now flying deeper into Iran, flying further east. It's worth noting, Martha, that Iran was hitting oil facilities across the Persian Gulf even before these Israeli strikes. The amount of liquefied natural gas from the Persian Gulf that is shipped to American shores is effectively zero. The U.S. is now the largest LNG exporter in the world. Your next guest will speak to that. Iran's foreign minister posting on X in part, quote, "Our response to Israel's attack on our infrastructure employed fraction of our power. The only reason for restraint was respect for requested de-escalation." Now, in Saudi Arabia, Iran fired ballistic missiles at Riyadh while diplomats, ministers from neighboring Gulf countries and across the Middle East were meeting. Now, if anyone thought that Iran's attacks on the Gulf nations, and especially here in the UAE, would fracture the alliance and the special relationship with the United States, the UAE announced today that it will be moving forward with its $1.4 trillion investment in the United States. Recall, Martha, that President Trump was just here in the UAE as well as Riyadh and Doha in the spring, receiving these massive investments, and they will go through, especially when it comes to air defense. More air defense are being shipped here to the Emirates. Martha?
Well, the attacks against them seem to have solidified their relationship with the United States. As you say, Lucas, thank you.
$1.4 trillion. The UAE didn't just stick with America. They doubled down on their investment pledge right after Trump's strike. And did you hear that report? Iran struck Qatar's gas fields, destroyed 17% of their export capacity. It'll take them 3 to 5 years to repair. Meanwhile, the United States is now the largest LNG exporter in the world, and we don't even need the Strait of Hormuz. But we're defending it anyway because that's what leaders do. Speaking of allies stepping up, wait till you hear what Japan just committed to. This is something the mainstream media will never tell you. While they're busy criticizing Trump's every move, our allies are privately begging to help. And Japan just made a major announcement, and President Trump had some very pointed words about who's been carrying the load. This is diplomatic truth that Washington needed to hear. Watch.
President Donald Trump told reporters Thursday that he believed the working relationship between the United States and Japan was strong, and only getting stronger after Japan pledged to help the United States in the Middle East.
We've had tremendous support and relationship with Japan on everything.
The meeting comes after the president expressed frustration with allies for staying on the sidelines as the United States attempts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
I expect Japan to step up because, we have that kind of relationship, and we step up for Japan. We have 45,000 soldiers in Japan. We spend a lot of money on Japan.
Japan had put out a joint statement with leaders from the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands, where they expressed, quote, readiness to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. But the timing can't be ignored, as the statement was after Israel struck a major gas field in Iran, prompting Iran to go after Qatar's energy infrastructure, upping the stakes.
In the case of Japan, I hear they get more than 90% of their oil through the strait, so that's a big reason to step up. Japan, China, Europe, parts of Europe get a lot of their oil through the strait. We get none, practically. We're less than 1%. We don't have to be any percent. We don't even. I think we do it just to be nice. But we think of it. We don't use the strait. We're defending the strait for everybody else.
But for President Trump, the European allies had already missed the boat.
As far as I'm concerned, it's too late.
While the strait remains an obstacle, the president lauded the progress the United States had made towards achieving the operational goals of Epic Fury.
And it's going to be over with pretty soon. We've obliterated their Navy. We've obliterated just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth reaffirmed this. I asked the secretary how close the U.S. was to achieving the president's objectives, and he said they're on schedule.
You hear a lot of noise about widening or new missions or speculation about what we should or should not be doing. This is a clear set of objectives. The president has given us every capability we need to accomplish that. We've got the best in the world in uniform executing it on the ground. They believe in and are invested in this mission, and it will be at the president's choosing, ultimately, where we say, hey, we've achieved what we need to on behalf of the American people to ensure our security. So no time set on that, but we're very much on track.
And with that, President Trump put to bed any rumor of troops on the ground in the near future.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere.
The president did say he was willing to do whatever it took to stabilize global oil prices in the near future as well. But with Japan and many other European allies seemingly ready to step up and help, things are certainly trending in the right direction. Daniel Baldwin, One American News, the White House.
President Trump laid it out perfectly. Japan gets 90% of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Europe depends on it. China depends on it. In America, we get less than 1%. The president said we do it just to be nice. Meanwhile, we have 45,000 troops in Japan protecting them. And here's the kicker. Trump said we've obliterated the Navy, obliterated just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership. The regime itself is being dismantled. Now one senator putting his entire reputation on the line over this operation. Senator Lindsey Graham, I have to say, I've never heard a politician speak with this level of personal accountability. Graham has been pushing for action against Iran for years, and now he's making a promise that most politicians would never make. Listen to what he just told reporters. Watch.
Do you think you're going to be successful?
Yes.
You do. Okay, but part B of the question is...
If we're not, blame me, because I deserve blame. If we're not successful, you can blame me because nobody has advocated to take on this Iranian regime more forcefully than me.
Okay.
Did you hear that? If we're not successful, blame me. Senator Lindsey Graham said nobody has advocated taking on the Iranian regime more forcefully than him, and he's willing to stake his entire legacy on this mission succeeding. That's what conviction looks like. That's what happens when leaders actually believe in what America's doing. No hedging, no political doublespeak, just ownership. So let's put this all together, because what's happening right now will be in the history books forever. So step back with me and look at the full picture of what just happened. President Trump just did in 48 hours what the establishment media said was impossible. 58 Iranian ships destroyed, their naval capability gone, their leadership targeted, the Strait of Hormuz being secured. While the fake news predicted our allies would flee, the UAE committed $1.4 trillion. Japan pledged military support. Even European nations are scrambling to help. This is American strength on display. This is what happens when you have a commander-in-chief who doesn't apologize, doesn't hesitate, and doesn't lose. Iran thought they could threaten nuclear weapons. They thought they could attack our allies. They were wrong, and the whole world is watching. So this is the presidency that the American people voted for twice. This is why we fought through 4 years of witch hunts and hoaxes. This is why 80 million patriots showed up and said enough. President Trump promised peace through strength, and he's delivering. While the media melts down, while the left screams about escalation, our enemies are being neutralized and our allies are investing trillions in America's future. So share this video with everyone who needs to see what real leadership looks like. Drop a comment and tell me, how does it feel to have a president who actually wins? Hit that subscribe button, ring that bell, because Next News Network is your source for the truth the mainstream media refuses to tell. I'm Gary Franchi. Stay informed, stay vigilant, and always...
Hey, love them or hate them, the building department, they can mess you up. Watch this, man. My man here got busted. Guy called me who built a barn and he didn't pull a single permit for electric. He did plumbing and the barn itself. I stopped by. We're going to make sure the building's up to code. Check. He's got this knee bracing right there. He's got his truss cord bracing on there. He's got hurricane ties on every one of his headers up to the trusses. Here's where he's going to fail. That railing is too short, and there cannot be more than a 4-inch gap. And then on top of that loft, there has to be railing all around there. That's going to cost him. Other than that, the building actually looks really good. The county is charging him $4,500. We got it reduced down to maybe $1,500, but he's going to spend that hiring me to fix it.
In mid-March, a quiet update was made on the Chinese Academy of Sciences official website. In the list of all technical engineering academicians, one name was quietly erased: Yang Wei, the chief designer of the Chinese Communist Party's J-20 stealth fighter jet. The official website didn't even provide any explanation. But in the CCP's opaque system, we all understand it's a complete downfall for Yang. In fact, as early as January 2025, a report from the U.S. intelligence community had singled Yang out, stating that the chief designer of the J-20 was under secret investigation. At the time, many Chinese nationalists and military enthusiasts didn't believe it, thinking it was an attempt by the U.S. to slander China. But today, with the expulsion from the academy, a rare political punishment in academic and political circles, all speculations have been confirmed. For the chief designer of the J-20 to be completely abandoned by the CCP, it must be because there was an undeniable fatal issue with the J-20. Recently, an insider from the system, risking their life, exposed a bombshell. Once the news broke out, it thoroughly explained why Yang was expelled and sacrificed. It is said that Xi Jinping had been kept in the dark by those beneath him until recently, when he learned that the fifth-generation fighter jet, the J-20, hyped up by Chinese state propaganda, was still a model aircraft and couldn't form real all-weather combat capabilities. It was still undergoing endless flight tests. What's even more terrifying is that Xi Jinping personally watched an internal test flight video. Just 2 minutes after takeoff, the plane exploded mid-air with a female pilot inside. After such a terrible tragedy, Xi ordered a full investigation, which nearly shook the roof of Zhongnan High. Such catastrophic incidents weren't isolated. In fact, over 200 dangerous situations and crashes had occurred. It's said that Xi Jinping is furious. What's even more chilling is a detail behind this tragedy that's been circulating on social media. It is said that the reason a female pilot was chosen is because they're smaller and lighter. The J-20, due to its engine's severe lack of thrust, had to use the female pilot's weight difference to meet flight requirements. However, such claims have not been verified. In the CCP's glossy propaganda films, test pilots are national heroes, portrayed as the pride of the heavens. But the truth is far more painful. To those high-ranking leaders and military elites, these test pilots risking their lives are just expendable. For the leaders, if such people die, they just die. They get a condolence payment, are posthumously recognized as martyrs, and their ashes are awarded first-class honors. Their families are too afraid to even protest, and they can't make any significant noise. This is the true nature of the CCP's military-industrial complex, using the blood of the lowest classes to deceive the highest echelons. So what exactly is wrong with the J-20? Critics had already discovered through image analysis the J-20's fatal flaw. The canards, the small wings at the front of the aircraft, create turbulent airflow during actual flight. The airflow is much higher than the main wing. This means it cannot generate the coupled lift effect in aerodynamics. The turbulence, detached from the wing surface, creates high-pressure areas that directly neutralize the pressure differential on the upper wing surface. The result is, rather than creating lift, it reduces it. Some may ask, are the experts at the Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group fools? Why did they insist on using the canard design? This brings us to the fundamental issue of the CCP's industrial military complex. Why use canards? Because the engine is inadequate. The thrust is too weak. If they had stuck to conventional design, the poor maneuverability would have been no match for the US F-22 once it was in the air, so they had to take a radical approach. To meet the specifications, Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group added a bunch of complex control surfaces, leading to severe static instability in the aircraft's aerodynamics. It can fly, but it utterly depends on its flight control software. If the software experiences a slight delay or turbulence, the plane will immediately drop. So when insiders reveal that it crashes frequently, even over 100 times, considering its technical foundation, it all makes perfect sense. Where did this jet come from then? The CCP state media constantly shouts about independent intellectual property, but let's tear down that facade. The real father of the J-20 is not Yang Wei at all. Yang, a scholar from a test-taker background, was at best a high-level contractor. The J-20's blueprints actually came from Russia's MiG-1.44 canard prototype, which was abandoned by Russia around 2000 after an internal competition failure. The junk that the Russians didn't want was treated as a rare treasure by the CCP. They bought it at a high price. They patched it up. With the propaganda machine running, it suddenly emerged in 2009. A piece of Slavic trash was turned into a fifth-generation fighter jet that shocked the world. Not only that, during the improvement, they secretly sought advice from retired US test pilots, then passed that feedback onto the Russians to revise the blueprints. They copied Russia's chassis, patched it up with American input, and added canards that inherently ruined its stealth capabilities. Yet, they boast about its complete invisibility to US and Russian radar. The money was made by both the US and Russia, and the final product is a defective aircraft. The truth has come to light, and Xi Jinping is furious. Someone has to take the blame. So who better than Yang Wei, the contractor? So who created this group of military-industrial experts who can only boast and deceive for funding? What exactly is the chaotic mess inside China's military research institutes? Recently, an insider who once worked in a key military shipbuilding research institute couldn't hold back anymore. They exposed the details of these military-industrial interest groups. Let's first paint a picture of this confidential unit. In this institute, from the director to the deputy directors and various heads, all their children have immigrated. The most ironic thing is that the director, who always asks about resisting America and fighting Japan, has a Canadian green card in his pocket. Every year he goes to Vancouver for a few months, under the guise of inspections. But in reality, he's protecting his green card. Who's actually doing the work at this institute? There are two types. The first type is the rural Phoenix men, who study hard and got into the top Chinese universities. These people are the lower-tier test takers, doing the hardest technical labor. The second type consists of the privileged kids of the leaders, who are arranged to work there. They hold diplomas from subpar universities and act as supervisors at the institute. Here comes the question. How did the director afford all these green cards? Just the modest salary allocated by the state? An insider revealed that the director is controlling an underground line for smuggling core military equipment from overseas back to China. By using China's massive military funding to buy foreign equipment, they then pocket sky-high kickbacks. The deputy directors and department heads each get a share. The whole research institute boasts about independent research and development, but in fact, the core technology is all smuggled and assembled. This leads to an absurd phenomenon. While these leaders' families all hold foreign citizenship, domestically they act quite pro-CCP. Why? Because they know exactly how much they're worth. If the CCP opens the market today and allows general-purpose engines and Siemens systems to come in for fair competition, this broken research institute would close down overnight. Once the technological playing field is leveled, where would the director go to get his smuggled kickbacks? So why don't the lower-level Phoenix men fight back? Because even if they're exploited, the system gives them a stable salary of a few thousand yuan. If you take them out of the system's shelter and throw them into the real free market, they will lack both the ability and the courage to compete. It's the same with those self-aggrandizing programmers in China's IT giants. Without the CCP's firewall blocking foreign companies, where would these leading programmers be? If WeChat or Douyin went bankrupt, they'd be starving in no time. Now, let's apply the micro-ecosystem of this research institute to Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group and the CCP's radar and aviation system. You'll understand how the terrifying paper data for the J-20 came to be. Nationalists often claim that domestically made radar can accurately detect the F-22 stealth fighter at 300 kilometers. This claim likely stems from a misunderstanding during testing. It is possible that the J-20, which has a larger radar cross-section and several design issues, was mistaken for the F-22. In the controlled testing environment, conditions may have been set to detect the radar signature of the J-20, leading to the inaccurate report that they've successfully locked on the F-22 at 300 kilometers. This situation reflects a serious issue of misinformation. Individuals at various levels, driven by personal interests such as career advancement and financial gain, may have inadvertently contributed to the spread of falsehoods. As a result, the entire military-industrial system has been caught up in an information bubble, where misleading claims have been accepted as truths. Those smuggled foreign devices, the fabricated radar scores, layer after layer of deception. When this fire can't be hidden any longer and finally burns down to Zhongnan High, you can imagine what Xi Jinping's state of mind was like. What terrifies him the most is that these people have exposed his bottom line. When Xi Jinping does the math, he must realize that these directors have long been pocketing foreign green cards, with their families living in the high-end villas of North America. If one day war breaks out across the Taiwan Strait, in the first minute the J-20s will all crash, and the front line would collapse immediately. When America's Tomahawk missiles fly over, who will they be targeting? Those directors would have already run off. Tomahawk missiles are precision strikes. They'll hit Xi Jinping himself. Therefore, Yang Wei, the chief designer of the J20, must be stripped of his academician status and immediately sacrificed for the cause. This is not about military reform. This is Xi venting his desperate end-of-the-world frustration. In fact, the CCP's paper-thin military equipment is not only clear to the insiders and Americans. There's another country that knows it better: Russia. Recently, China's diplomat Geng Shuang made a bold statement at the United Nations. He said, if China had provided weapons to Russia, the situation in Ukraine wouldn't be what it is now. Let's take a look at the reality. This war between Russia and Ukraine has been going on for 4 years. Russia's conventional weapon stockpiles are long depleted. But look at what Putin has done in the last 5 years. He'd rather swallow his pride and go begging to North Korea for help. He'd rather have artillery from North Korean arms factories than accept Beijing's PLZ-05 self-propelled howitzers. Why? Because the Koksan artillery, though technologically outdated and with a high dud rate, is a real, battle-tested, reliable killing machine that can fire and cause damage. But the advanced Chinese weapons? They only exist in the PowerPoint presentations of military industrial companies. Would Putin risk the fate of his empire to test Chinese weapons? What's more, in this brutal war of attrition, Russia would rather call up tens of thousands of poor soldiers from North Korea than allow the CCP to send its volunteers or heavy weapons. China has one demand of the CCP: just be my logistics minister. Pay me, send me tribute, helmets, winter clothing, flashlights, and drone parts. That's all I need. Don't get involved in anything else. Russia has a clear understanding of the capabilities of the Chinese military. Putin is aware that while China's forces may appear impressive with their armor and large formations, they would likely struggle on the front lines. Instead of contributing effectively, they would face significant challenges and may weaken the overall defense, making them vulnerable to HIMARS rocket artillery and potentially increasing the enemy's casualties. So China's theoretical figures have been seen through by both Russia and the US. When a regime treats these test pilots as expendable, when a system forces all its researchers to help the leaders stage a big deception, that regime's future has already been severed by its own hands. Today, it's the J20 falling. Tomorrow, it will be the collapse of the entire Red Empire. As the ancient saying goes, when heaven wants to destroy a nation, it first drives it mad. When Xi Jinping, in his anger and despair, eliminates those who once whitewashed his achievements, what he is truly breaking is his own already shattered throne.
Cuba suddenly surrenders. Trump declares U.S. ready to take over. Beijing shocked. Could the CCP be next? China's Tehran moment. Massive wave of defections among CCP officials spreads. Regime could collapse under Xi Jinping. Father of J20 arrested. Hypersonic weapons expert suspected assassinated in South Africa. Temu weapons crushed on 3 battlefields. Xi Jinping furious and launches bloody purge. China engulfed by massive depression. Streets filled with homeless sleepers. Tens of thousands rise up in Guangdong. Wang Yi's visit to Vietnam ends in humiliating failure, leaving Xi Jinping in a deadlock. You're watching Decoding China, where we bring you timely analysis and grounded perspectives on today's China. Cuba suddenly surrenders. Trump declares U.S. ready to take over. Beijing shocked. Could the CCP be next? In the midst of a nationwide blackout now entering its 10th day, the Cuban regime abruptly announced its largest economic opening since 1959. Inviting overseas Cubans and their descendants to return, invest, own businesses, open foreign currency accounts, and even receive farmland. Oscar Perez Oliva Fraga, Fidel Castro's grandson and currently Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Trade, was forced to admit on state television that Cuba's doors are now open to the very exile community once branded as arch enemies. At the same moment, more than 11 million Cubans remain plunged in darkness, with power cuts lasting up to 12 hours a day and the national grid collapsing multiple times. The Ministry of Energy and Mining confirmed no technical faults at operating units. The root cause is a severe oil shortage that has lasted over 3 months, a direct consequence of U.S. oil sanctions following Nicolas Maduro's arrest and the complete cutoff of Venezuelan supplies. U.S. President Donald Trump, speaking from the White House the same day, could barely hide his satisfaction. I believe I will have the honor of taking over Cuba. They are now a very weak nation. I can do whatever I want with them. He openly branded Fidel and Raul Castro as extremely violent rulers and confirmed direct negotiations with Havana. The unspoken goals are crystal clear: force President Miguel Diaz-Canel to step down, release political prisoners, and implement deep political and economic reforms before any sanctions relief. Trump even hinted at a friendly takeover, or not so friendly, depending on how things go. Washington's pressure has cornered the regime. Cuba expert Alex Panella put it bluntly: Cuba is in an extremely difficult situation. The U.S. has squeezed them to the point of no choice but change. On March 14th, in a town 483 kilometers from Havana, protests erupted into violence. Demonstrators hurled stones at government buildings, stormed the local Communist Party office, and set documents ablaze on the street. Just 3 days earlier, on March 13th, Diaz-Canel had proactively reached out to the U.S. government to resolve differences through dialogue and announced the release of 51 prisoners. An unnamed U.S. media source quipped sarcastically, "This isn't another stalling tactic. Cuba has simply run out of cards to play." Japanese journalist and director of the Indo-Pacific Strategy Institute, Akio Yaita, delivered a biting analysis. The loudest slogan shouters are usually the quickest to flip. Cuba stood firm beside Maduro when he was strong. Now that Maduro has fallen, Havana changed its tune overnight. Big slogans often hide real weakness. He drew parallels to Maduro, North Korea, then pointed straight at the CCP. The ready-to-fight bravado of two CCP generals, Wei Fenghe and Li Shangfu, ended in purges. Now only Foreign Minister Wang Yi keeps growling. But what's behind the bark? For Beijing, the Cuban shock is bitterly ironic. Direct Chinese investment in Cuba totals a mere $285 million, peanuts, yet the strategic value is immense. Cuba remains the CCP's most important intelligence outpost in the Western Hemisphere. Since 1999, Beijing has taken over and upgraded former Soviet facilities, most notably the Beijing listening station capable of monitoring U.S. military bases, launch sites, and the Panama Canal. In 2023, the Wall Street Journal exposed plans for new electronic surveillance sites built jointly with Cuba. If Havana truly pivots toward the United States, those facilities will be the first to be shut down or dismantled. On March 12th, Wang Yi held an urgent phone call with Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez. On March 8th, Global Times rushed an exclusive interview with Cuba's ambassador in Beijing, repeatedly stressing the Belt and Road Initiative and energy cooperation, sounding less like partnership promotion and more like a desperate plea to salvage a crumbling relationship. China expert Wang He mocked, "Cuba proves a sad, almost comical truth. Communist regimes built on rigid control and bombastic slogans collapse the moment external support vanishes and domestic trust evaporates." Post-Castro Cuba has slowly shifted into a post-totalitarian phase, loosening internet access, private enterprise, and social controls. In stark contrast, the CCP has doubled down, a taller Great Firewall, tighter censorship, fiercer crackdowns, as if deliberately digging its own grave deeper. History reminds us no regime survives forever on coercion alone. When the people lose faith, repression only buys time for an inevitable end. Cuba is now choosing survival through concessions to the U.S. And the CCP? If it keeps up the tough talk, soft spine routine, Beijing may well be the next in line, losing not just its last symbolic ally in the Western Hemisphere, but a critical strategic foothold right on America's doorstep. The remnants of the communist bloc that survived the Cold War might finally be on the verge of real disintegration. China's Tehran moment. Massive wave of defections among CCP officials spreads, regime could collapse under Xi Jinping. Tehran has just witnessed a historic shock. Within days, Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, Intelligence Minister Ismail Khatib, and top security official Ali Lari were successively eliminated in precise strikes by U.S.-Israeli forces. Khamenei's second son, Mojtaba Khamenei, was installed by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, as the new supreme leader. Yet he has never appeared in public and is widely viewed as a puppet, lacking clerical legitimacy. The Iranian regime now teeters on the brink of collapse. Independent analysts in Taiwan and Europe are calling this the Tehran moment, and they warn China under Xi Jinping may be entering a similar phase. Independent commentator Du Zheng observes, If Xi Jinping were to suddenly fall, whether due to health failure, a U.S. decapitation strike in a Taiwan conflict scenario, or internal removal, Beijing would face three chaotic possibilities. The most dangerous point, Xi has never publicly designated a successor. Like Khamenei, he trusts almost no one outside his inner family circle. When a power vacuum emerges, who will seize control of Beijing? While Xi's only daughter, Xi Mingze, born 1992, former Harvard student, remains extremely low profile and has virtually disappeared from public view, clear signs have emerged over the past 2 years that real power is gradually shifting toward his wife, Peng Liyuan. Since May 2024, she's appeared in a major general's uniform, holding a specialized commissioner role in the Central Military Commission's Cadre Evaluation Committee. Multiple internal sources indicate she has used this position to influence military personnel decisions. Should the 21st Party Congress next year bring Peng Liyuan into the Politburo, she could become a realistic succession candidate, backed by Vice Chairman of the Central Military Commission, Jiang Shengmin, who now holds actual military authority following the incidents involving Jiang Yuxia and Liu Zhenlei. Yet commentators such as Du Zheng and Wen Zhao caution, the wife-as-successor model only works if the military remains loyal. For now, the PLA outwardly supports Xi, but it appears to be merely a temporary arrangement. Factions linked to Jiang, led by Premier Li Qiang, Fujin Network's Cai Qi, ideology controller, and especially Ding Xuexiang, the youngest standing committee member with long-standing succession ambitions, are quietly biding their time. Wen Zhao puts it bluntly. Those around Xi excel only at flattery and infighting. Xi has stripped them of any real independence. Even more alarming is the true internal picture. Virtually no one genuinely supports Xi at heart. Former high-ranking United Front Work Department official Ma Ruilin, who defected to the United States 2 years ago, stated plainly on CNN, "From what I know, no one truly likes him in private, but everyone has to praise him in public." Jokes and veiled criticisms about Xi circulate freely at private dinners. Hundreds of officials have been purged for improper discussion of the central leadership, for reading banned books such as The Truth About Tiananmen, 9 commentaries on the Communist Party, Falun Gong materials, or simply possessing politically serious audio recordings. The result is an unprecedented wave of defections. Since early 2026, numerous mid- and senior-level retired or semi-retired officials have vanished after leaving China. They sold all assets, withdrew savings, forfeited pensions, and cut off all contact. The Epoch Times reported on March 18th, citing internal sources. These are carefully planned escapes. The regime has tightened passport controls, investigated families with overseas children, the so-called naked officials. In the second half of 2025 alone, at least 20 vice ministerial level officials were disciplined for similar reasons. Those who have left are speaking out forcefully. Guo Jun revealed during party training sessions, "Every year, many officials are sentenced to death, but these cases are never made public." Du Wen, a former Inner Mongolia official now in exile in Europe, runs a daily media channel criticizing the CCP and has launched the Lifeboat Plan, urging conscientious officials to leave the system legally. He insists, leaving is not betraying the people, it is preserving conscience and responsibility to one's family. Former Central Commission for Discipline Inspection official Wang Yujun, now in the U.S., identified the 3 groups that keep Xi awake at night. 1. Military officers who are not fully loyal. 2. Insiders secretly passing intelligence to the CIA. 4 CIA Chinese language recruitment videos since 2025 have garnered nearly 120 million views. 3. Networks of purged political rivals, a total of 1,051 vice ministerial and above cadres removed since 2012. What he fears most is not distant enemies, but those nearby who pretend loyal. Wang wrote in the Epoch Times on March 18th. Expert Yuan Hongbing concludes, the regime has become so fragile it cannot withstand another shock. When Xi departs, the system may collapse with him. History proves No authoritarian regime lasts forever. Iran's Tehran moment serves as a stark warning. In Beijing, the wave of defections, pervasive fear, and mocking smiles behind closed doors signal that the breaking point may arrive at any moment. And when it does, not everyone will mourn its passing. Father of J-20 arrested. Hypersonic weapons expert suspected assassinated in South Africa. Temu weapons crushed on 3 battlefields. Xi Jinping furious and launches bloody purge. China's military legend has just shattered spectacularly before the eyes of the world. In less than a year, 3 real-world conflicts have turned trillions of yuan into piles of scrap metal, turned national treasure academicians into midnight detainees, and erased the very name of the father of the J-20 from public records. The term currently spreading like wildfire across Western social media, Temu weapons. Cheap, low-quality products like those bought from the infamous e-commerce platform Temu. A widely circulated meme shows a satellite antenna woven from bamboo. Captioned, China supplies next-generation air defense system to Pakistan. The images may be humorous, but they are keeping more than a few people in Beijing awake at night. Let's review the 3 live-fire tests that left China's military-industrial complex drenched in cold sweat. Battle 1. India-Pakistan, May 2025. Pakistan, China's ironclad ally that sources 82% of its weapons from Beijing, deployed the YLC-8E radar, touted as capable of seeing through the F-35, along with HQ-9 missiles. Result? Indian Air Force activated electronic jamming pods and the Chinese radar screen went completely white. BrahMos cruise missiles skimmed treetops undetected. Pakistan's PL-15E air-to-air missile was launched and fell straight to the ground like a dropped broom, failing to detonate. Indian troops recovered it intact, opened it up, and burst out laughing. Engine failure, basic guidance software riddled with bugs. This wasn't warfare. It was practically donating free research samples to the enemy. Battle 2, U.S.-Venezuela, January 2026. Maduro spent over $2 billion on the JY-27A radar, advertised as the stealth killer. U.S. stealth Black Hawk helicopters swooped in and captured him alive with almost no bloodshed. 60% of the radars had already failed before combat even began, ruined by humidity, voltage fluctuations, and lack of on-site technical support. The so-called high-tech equipment turned into rusty scrap in real-world conditions. Battle 3, U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran. Iran made a final bet on the HQ-9B, promoted as China's S-400 equivalent. Israeli F-35s approached within 50 nautical miles while the radar remained blank. Reaction time? 20 seconds compared to the U.S. system's 6 seconds. All 6 batteries were obliterated by Israeli missile barrages before they could even press the launch button. All 3 battlefield reports landed directly on Xi Jinping's desk. The logic is straightforward. If exported radars are substandard, domestic ones are unlikely to be much better. The J-20, the national treasure weapon, is now under serious question. Chief designer Yang Wei, the father of the J-20, academician and alternate member of the Central Committee, has been completely erased from public records. He knows better than anyone whether the J-20's stealth data was genuinely reliable or merely validated by radar systems that have never passed a real combat test. Hypersonic materials expert Fang Daning, academician and lead researcher on materials capable of withstanding thousands of degrees for hypersonic missiles, suddenly passed away in South Africa. No official Xinhua announcement. No grand funeral. The phrase unexpected medical incident in the Chinese political dictionary tends to invite far more speculation than reassurance. Having been publicly embroiled in a personal scandal in 2022 and holding a key trump card project to penetrate U.S. missile defenses, his death abroad raises obvious questions about its connection to the current wave of purges. The decisive evidence came from what seemed a minor hacker flaming China sold classified documents from the Tianjin Supercomputing Center for just $3,700 on the darknet. Over 9,000 pages, including secret AI procurement lists, linking 30 provinces and more than 1,600 core military-industrial enterprises. These documents provide irrefutable proof of fraud and embezzlement running through the entire chain, from radars and missiles to the J-20 itself. More than 130 years ago, the Beiyang fleet was also hailed as the strongest in Asia. On paper, it looked impressive.
There's a chest over yonder.
In battle,
you can
it
store your
collapsed.
extra in that.
Today's situation is even more sobering. Relying on bargain bin equipment to defend the nation. At least the Qing dynasty bought genuine German and British hardware. Now, radars go blind, missiles fall like brooms, stealth aircraft validated by radars that have never proven themselves in reality. Should war break out in the Taiwan Strait, no need to worry. Propaganda has already prepared the perfect fallback. A female soldier from Jiamusi, calculating missile parameters on an abacus to shoot down an F-35. Maduro and Khamenei must be regretting spending billions on scrap metal instead of simply sending a few elementary school math prodigies. This chain of events is no longer a series of isolated failures. It is systemic collapse. Propaganda shattered, corruption exposed, bloody purges underway, political instability becoming unmistakable. Xi Jinping now faces the ashes of the Chinese military dream and understands clearly, this time there is no way back. China engulfed by massive depression, streets filled with homeless sleepers, tens of thousands rise up in Guangdong. China's economy is worse this year than in previous years. Just after the Lunar New Year holiday ended, a new wave of migrant workers returning home has appeared in the southeastern coastal cities. Many say they cannot find jobs in the big cities and have no choice but to return home and lie low. After the holiday, the job market in many coastal industrial cities such as Zhejiang, Guangdong, and Shanghai has become noticeably more sluggish than in previous years. Many migrant workers say they have spent days searching for work in the cities, but still found nothing. One worker said, "I've been in Zhejiang for a week and still haven't found a job. I advise everyone not to come to Zhejiang. The wages for factory workers are too low, just 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month." It is not only manual laborers who are struggling. Even university graduates are facing the same difficulties. One blogger who graduated from a 211 university said she had worked in Hangzhou for 5 years before being laid off at the end of 2025. She said that during more than a month of unemployment, she woke up every morning and immediately sent out resumes and scheduled interviews, only to return disappointed each time. Last night I couldn't sleep until very late. Suddenly I wondered what the point of coming to a big city was. After rent, food, daily expenses,
I don't
almost
want
nothing is
no
left from my monthly
whining about
salary.
old
Eventually,
Mr.
she
Matt.
decided to leave Hangzhou and return to her hometown in Jiangxi. What worried her most was that her family might find out she had lost her job. I'm the first person in my family to go to college. There's still one sibling in college and another preparing for the university entrance exam. Some unemployed people say that life after losing a job is completely different from what they imagined. One person shared, "I thought being unemployed meant traveling everywhere, drinking and singing karaoke. But in reality, I just sleep until noon and then lie there scrolling on my phone. I don't even know what to do." As jobs become harder to find, some people have even begun living temporarily in internet cafes or sleeping in their cars. In major cities, the number of homeless people is also said to be increasing. A Chinese blogger visited Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Shanghai and found that many people were sleeping overnight under overpasses, outside subway stations, or in public squares. Most of them were not beggars, but migrant workers or white-collar employees who had fallen into hardship after factories moved away or companies laid off staff. In Shenzhen, outside Luohu Square and under pedestrian overpasses in the Futian Financial District, migrant workers can be seen sleeping on pieces of cardboard. In Shanghai, some 24-hour McDonald's restaurants have become temporary shelters for people without homes. Staff usually do not drive them away and silently allow them to stay overnight. In Beijing, homeless people are mainly found around train stations, station plazas, underground passages, and overpasses. Their backgrounds are diverse, including unemployed office workers, migrant laborers, job seekers, petitioners from other provinces, and small business owners who have gone bankrupt. As economic pressure continues to grow, social tensions have begun to surface in some areas. On March 7th, in Lufeng City, Guangdong Province, thousands of residents gathered to protest a ban on setting off firecrackers during the traditional New Year deity parade. In the Hongqing Market area on Renmin Road, many residents lit firecrackers in defiance of the order, leading to pushing and clashes with police who arrived to maintain order. The deity parade held during the Lunar New Year in Lufeng is one of the largest traditional folk events of the year. When the statues of the gods are carried through the streets, residents traditionally set off firecrackers to welcome them, creating a festive atmosphere that can last throughout the night. Guangdong folklorist Liao Yueming said that Lufeng, along with the Shanwei and Kaohsian regions, has preserved the tradition of deity parades for a long time. These events are usually organized by local communities or clans and attract large numbers of participants. He said, "For the local community, the deity parade is not only a folk religious ritual, but also a community event. Many people regard it as the most important festival of the year. If an administrative order directly restricts key rituals like this, it can easily provoke dissatisfaction among residents." Wang Yi's visit to Vietnam ends in humiliating failure, leaving Xi Jinping in a deadlock. From March 15th to 17th, 2026, a high-level Chinese delegation consisting of Foreign Minister Wang Yi, Public Security Minister Wang Xiaohong, and Defense Minister Dong Jun visited Vietnam. On the surface, the atmosphere during meetings and receptions appeared friendly. The delegation participated in prominent activities, including the inaugural ministerial-level 3+3 strategic dialogue on diplomacy, national defense, and public security, as well as the 17th session of the Vietnam-China Bilateral Cooperation Steering Committee. However, behind the cordial gestures lay thorny issues that compelled Chinese Communist Party leader Xi Jinping to directly confront the highly sensitive South China Sea sovereignty dispute. On March 16th, at the party's Central Committee headquarters, General Secretary To Lam received the delegation and clearly stated that Vietnam and China must effectively manage and handle maritime differences based on high-level common understanding. He emphasized strict adherence to international law, particularly the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and the resolution of disputes through peaceful means in order to strengthen mutual trust and maintain regional stability. This calm yet firm statement placed the Chinese delegation in a position where they had to directly face the red line of the South China Sea, an issue Beijing has consistently declared non-negotiable. Shanghai-born businessman Hu Liren, now residing in the United States, commented that the visit occurred against the backdrop of stalled Chinese diplomacy with the West, prompting Beijing to seek closer ties with Vietnam. Although both countries are socialist states on the surface, deep and difficult to resolve contradictions exist in reality. Vietnam's economy is highly open and no longer follows China's model of state monopoly. Politically, despite superficial similarities, the two systems operate in fundamentally different ways. Historically, China launched a war against Vietnam that caused heavy Vietnamese casualties. On the South China Sea, China claims sovereignty over the entire Paracel, Spratly, Macclesfield Bank, and Pratas Islands, and insists the issue is non-negotiable. Vietnam, however, asserts sovereignty over portions of the Spratly Islands. This is a red line for China. Negotiating sovereignty with Vietnam would invite similar demands from Malaysia, the Philippines, and others, while exposing Beijing's alleged violations of international law. Hu Liren analyzed that Xi Jinping finds himself in a difficult position. China is increasingly isolated internationally, with few genuine friends left. Even some African countries are reducing dependence on China, and many Chinese projects there face operational difficulties. Attempting to improve relations with Vietnam, a historical adversary with whom China fought a fierce war, appears ineffective and reveals Beijing's limited options. Each year, China extracts large quantities of natural gas and oil from the South China Sea. Vietnam maintains that if China wishes to preserve its political and military prestige, it must first resolve the sovereignty dispute over the Paracel Islands, followed by addressing compensation related to the previous Sino-Vietnamese war. This approach is seen as a clear form of pressure on China. If China truly complied with international law regarding South China Sea sovereignty, its oil and gas extraction activities in the area would largely have to cease. Countries such as the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia would then follow suit with their own claims and actions, effectively ending China's claimed dominant position in the region. This is precisely the dilemma Xi Jinping currently faces. Although the visit outwardly appeared cordial, with toasts raised in a friendly atmosphere, the trip achieved no significant progress in defense cooperation. Instead, Vietnam directly and firmly restated its position, demanding that the South China Sea issue be resolved in accordance with international law. The delegation was thus forced to confront these sensitive and difficult questions head-on, placing Chinese leadership in an unmistakably uncomfortable position. Your feedback matters. Share your views in the comments. If this content resonated with you, we invite you to share it with your network. Your continued support empowers us to pursue independent, high-quality journalism. Subscribe and like to stay up to date with Decoding China. Thank you for watching.
Vladimir Putin is officially bringing back the Soviet Union. After one of the Kremlin's most loyal propagandists publicly snapped and exposed Putin's secret billionaire lifestyle, hidden daughters, and massive corruption, the dictator didn't just arrest him. He threw him straight into a psychiatric hospital. And now the Kremlin is literally treating any criticism of the Russian president as a mental illness. This is Putin's Russia. No internet and no freedom. Yesterday we talked about Ilya Remslov, the pro-Kremlin propagandist who shocked Russia by publishing 5 reasons he no longer supports Putin. He even called Putin a war criminal and called for Putin to resign and face trial. Now, after I published that video, he added a 6th point. He wasn't backing down from his criticism. Here's reason number 6. A reckless, almost pathological obsession with luxury. I used to think that all those investigations by foreign agents about yachts and residences were somewhat exaggerated. But by 2026, it has become impossible to hide. Putin has around 20 palaces, like residences across the country, along with planes and armored trains. Since incompetent or corrupt people work for him, all this information leaks to foreign intelligence. I have written before about global elites who, instead of going down in history for something meaningful, build themselves their own Epstein Island. And in Russia, it seems to be much the same. Putin had everything: high energy prices, a vast country rich in resources, and a population that genuinely supported him as a young president. It was possible to achieve anything: scientific breakthroughs, the best AI in the world, mission to Mars, exploration of Sirius, or at the very least, to significantly improve people's lives. But instead, Putin chose a crooked path of enriching himself and his friends from the Oslo Cooperative. Now, let me explain what this is, because I don't think we have talked about this before. You see, back in 1990s, when Putin was still a lowly KGB agent working for the St. Petersburg government, he formed this cooperative with his friends. They built lake houses together, basically a neighborhood association where they would split the cost. Now, the houses they built and the neighborhood, that's not that important. What's important is the people in this cooperative. You see, after Putin became president, every single member who was part of this cooperative ended up in powerful positions, either as politicians or billionaires, oligarchs inside Russia. They now control a huge portion of Russia's wealth. And even though Putin doesn't legally own any of it, it all connects back to him. Let's say Putin wants a house on an expensive beach, and he doesn't want to build it. One of his Oslo friends will build it for him, and they pay him back using this house for everything he has done for them. This is exactly how Putin is able to become the richest person in the world without actually legally owning anything in his own name. This is actually a big scandal inside of Russia, because all of this came out in public because people around Putin are not that careful. You know, they're rich, but not careful. So all the secrets are out in the public. And that's why Russian people talk about this cooperative a lot, because they know this is like the main thing that exposes the corruption in the Kremlin. But you see, Remslov didn't just stop there. After the statement, he released a video making it clear that Putin isn't being fooled by advisors around him. He purposefully built this system to benefit himself. This point directly addresses an excuse that Putin has always used. Historically, every time he faces any criticism, he says, hey guys, it's not me who's corrupt, it's just people around me. This is a old school Russian trick which is known as good czar, bad boyars, meaning the czar, Putin, is good. He wants to do good for Russia, but people around him are corrupt. In reality, that's not actually true. That's just something that Russian czars have always used as an excuse. Take a listen to this clip.
And you know, friends, here's another paradox. If Putin had really surrounded himself with people who aren't afraid to tell him the truth, who are competent and not just stealing money, he would have been able to fight much more effectively. For instance, in Ukraine, right? He could have done many things, you know, strengthened his power. That is, he would have been a much more dangerous man. But he's afraid to surround himself with such people, right? A paradox, and he is becoming weaker and weaker because of this. You can see what's happening now. There's total confusion and disarray. I can already see clear signs of the system's coming collapse. It is precisely because Putin is afraid to surround himself with people who could compete with him that he will lose power. And this will most likely happen this year, in 2026.
And then he went after Putin's children. Putin is very unbalanced on the issue of his kids. It's understandable that children need to be protected, but everything needs to be in moderation. The problem is that Putin is very cowardly, and he has seriously intimidated his own children. Putin's daughters don't even carry his surname, which is a complete nonsense. Everyone knows who Tikhnova and Vorostova really are. Refusing to take their father's family name out of fear, what could be more pathetic? Need I mention that they never built their own careers or lives? And then he mentioned something that was a bit of a foreshadowing. In general, I would suggest that Vladimir Putin undergo 10 to 12 sessions with a psychoanalyst. I can recommend a specialist if he needs one. He clearly hasn't worked through his childhood fear and need to control, which he has transferred to his adult life and then to the lives of his children, not to mention the citizens of Russia. Maybe psychoanalysis will help Putin not be afraid of smartphones and internet, and our lives will become easier. What do you guys think? Now, I'm guessing Putin was reading all this because he did take up this advice, but unfortunately, it wasn't Putin who went to a psychiatric facility. The blogger himself, who criticized Putin, has been admitted to a facility exactly like the one he was calling on Putin to go to. The reason we know this is because he disappeared from Telegram, he disappeared from WhatsApp. Just a few days ago, he was answering anyone who was messaging him, or at least trying to answer as many people as he could. And then 2 days ago, no answer at all. And in Russia, you know what that usually means when people just disappear out of nowhere? They usually have a habit of falling downstairs or falling out of windows. But luckily, that was not the case this time. You see, Reuters reached out to a hospital in St. Petersburg, and they asked if someone with the name of Remoslav has been admitted. The hospital actually confirmed that yes, someone with the exact first and last name has been admitted over the past few days, and they can't share any more information. I'm guessing that's just medical confidentiality. But anyway, that is definitely good news. He's not in jail, he's not dead, he's just in a psychiatric facility. But we also have to remember what happened to Navalny. He did not fall out of a window right away. He was sent to a prison, and then we all know what happened. But for Putin, he's not just stopping here. There's a new legislation being pushed through in Russian Duma. Take a look at this report. A draft bill has been introduced in Russian Duma that would ban journalists from writing opinion pieces and investigative reports in accusatory context before a court decision has been decided. Journalist investigation will also be partially banned. And on top of all this, Putin is also now making protest illegal, specifically protest against the internet shutdown. Take a listen.
Независимая газета reports about unsuccessful attempts across Russia to organize protests against internet censorship. The headline, "Protests are now not in accordance with the law." Russian regional authorities have started refusing applications for street protests, not by citing COVID restrictions, as previously. In Kazan, the Yabloko party was informed that the aims and concrete results of their requested protest in defense of the internet were unclear. In Irkutsk region, requested protests against the blocking of the internet were described as not in accordance with the law. The Altai branch of the Communist Party, which wanted to protest at the slowing down of Telegram and against political repression, was told that these slogans do not reflect reality and are misleading.
There also seems to be a coordinated effort to convince Russians that living without internet is not a big deal. Living without GPS, maps, and Telegram, and any news apps is not a huge issue, and that's exactly what's being repeated across pretty much every single programming on Russian television. Now, the excuse they're using for this is that there's a war going on and the country needs to do everything it can to protect the citizens. But it's important to remember that this is a war that Putin started, and now he's telling normal Russians that they have to live like it's 1800s because he started a war that he shouldn't have. Take a listen.
Well, when there's a war, there are probably higher values than convenience, and this constant hysteria of what if and what now. Well, if the country's leadership has made such a decision, it is probably based on a very specific understanding of the situation. You can do without and, in principle, live a completely calm, fulfilling, real, normal human life, even if, well, our dear State Duma and our dear political administrators, all our dear bosses introduce all those restrictions that are being talked about today. First, so to speak, they install broadband internet in every rural outhouse. Then you're sitting in this outhouse and bam, no internet. What can you do? I've already forgotten how to do things any other way. And what does that lead to? Irritation, discontent, and anyone can take advantage of that. Indeed, here in the capital, there are serious disruptions with the internet and mobile service. Well, what can you say? Well, these are the times we live in. Sometimes you just have to be a little patient. Ways of throttling through the mobile connection, apparently, they were turned off specifically to enable the restrictions and check how it would work. Well, there you go. It's working. Yes, now we'll live. What was that line in the Laoub song? We will live in a new way now. What can you do? And in general, you know, it's creating new neural connections. It's very useful. When you open a paper map like that, the world starts to look a little different. You start to see what streets there are. If you're going to talk about this seriously, think about it calmly, like, how are we going to live? Oh my God, how are we going to live? We'll live just fine.
And it's not just civilians who are suffering. Russian soldiers on the front line are also complaining about this exact problem. They've been ordered to ditch Telegram and switch to an FSB-controlled messaging app called Max. Police is actually, I'm guessing military police is actually checking everyone's phones to make sure they comply with this order. Now, here's something interesting about this app that FSB built. If you open it and if you look at the map or the locations, Crimea is actually listed as a Ukrainian territory on app that FSB built itself. So much for being a competent intelligence organization. No wonder Putin is so scared all the time. Now, all this is, of course, great news for Ukraine. Soon, Russian forces will be using literal paper mail to communicate on the front line. And that's not something that I'm saying. That's coming straight from Ukrainian President Zelensky. Take a listen.
Russia's special services, they worked through Telegram in Ukraine and still do. We know this. We detect it. We fight it. As for us, frankly speaking, we also work through Telegram in Russia. Now, with Russia restricting Telegram, of course, it'll be harder to get signals to their society. But still, I got a report on their new network, the Max. Well, we'll get to Max too. The steps they're taking, what they're doing, restricting social networks, restricting mobile communications, all of it is for total control. We understand what Putin is building in Russia, or has almost already built. This is a step backwards, a 100 years backwards. They basically might soon switch to paper mail, telegraph, and horses. That's their civilization. Maybe Putin actually likes it. Maybe that's how he feels young again.
An early morning FBI fraud takedown across LA County. Fox 11, the only TV crew there. fear as federal agents and police storm a North Hollywood home, zeroing in on a man they say is tied to a sprawling mortgage fraud scheme.
It's a complex fraud scheme in which people are using private citizens' homes to leverage that to steal money.
Moments later, the suspect walks out barefoot and in pajamas, placed in handcuffs. Parked outside, high-end cars, a Range Rover and Lexus, the home itself appearing freshly remodeled. This image from Apple Maps compared to how it looked Thursday morning.
They live a very elaborate lifestyle based on the ill-gotten gains of this type of fraud.
This arrest related to about 10 others happening simultaneously across LA County and as far away as Florida and Canada.
This organized crime network has their minions, so to speak, on the lending side and the theft side of it.
Nobody likes to see somebody get a bunch of money for nothing, basically. People they paid off their mortgages on their homes. They should feel confident that, they still own those homes free of encumbrances.
According to charging documents, the suspects stole identities, often from elderly victims, then used those identities to access property records. From there, they convinced private lenders to hand over millions, falsely claiming those homes as collateral. Total losses around $17 million in fraudulent loans.
We're certainly focusing on fraud in all its forms, not just fraud against the government or, whether it's the state or the national government. But it's also, in this case, you have fraud against private citizens and, private lenders as well.
A years-long investigation now turning into a wave of arrest, with potentially more on the way tied to fraud.
It is a priority for us based on what's going on nationally in this lane. Trying to recover those funds and get them back to the taxpayers is a priority. We're working closely with the IRS in that as well.
Reporting in North Hollywood, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
They're trying really hard to get me banned. Are they going to try and get me banned again? The thing is that they try this every week. They try to get me banned. They're not willing to engage what I'm saying in good faith. So instead of that, they have to resort to attacking something that I didn't say. So a solution, pure Nazi filled. What am I saying? All of this is by design. I say this over and over, and I will continue saying it. They are doing this on purpose. They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants into our country. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem. There is clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop. Yeah, these are scammers. Why wouldn't you want to deport a scammer? I don't understand what the logic here is. Do you want to have somebody who's scamming in your country? Why would anybody want to have that? What the fuck? They zoomed it in and doesn't show what you're talking about? All of this is by design. I say this over and over. So Nick Shirley has apparently brought something big back. He's brought back journalism.
This is the sound of hospice money. What's the need for a 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA?
Take a look at this. This is CBS News. Dang.
How can there be that many licensed hospices in this tiny little building? This isn't possible.
This building, our investigation found, is home to 89 registered hospice companies. The state and federal records for hospice agencies tell you a lot. State auditors have identified warning signs when they're looking for fraud,
Potential
like
fraud.
multiple hospice offices packed into one building, or
all of this is by design. I say this over and over, and I will continue saying it. If I knew that I could get these people deported, if I knew I could do that, I would take a break from my stream. They honestly keep posting my greatest hits, and they act like it's a bad thing. I hate them. I hate them. They want to talk about empathy. I don't have a single shred of empathy for these scammers.
I'm here in Los Angeles at the U.S. Attorney's Office. We're talking about fraud. This place has become one of the epicenters for fraud, waste, and abuse in America. $3.5 billion just here.
These fraudsters, and these do tend to be foreign influences. These are Russian, Armenian gangs, mafia, that are leading a lot of these efforts.
Yeah, you talking about fraudsters? They cut it in a way that you were talking about random migrants? Of course they cut it in a way I was talking about random migrants. The only way that these people's ideology can survive is if it's surrounded by lies. Because if they tell the truth, people will agree with me. Be as clear as you can, though. It's easy to be misconstrued in today's climate. There's never a reason to avoid trying to be misconstrued. People will always lie about you. Whenever people can't misconstrue you, they'll just simply make up fan fiction. There's no reason to exist inside of an ecosystem of people that are trying to lie. There will always look on the wrong side of something. I'm a Nazi, of course, I'm a Nazi. Why is it that you shouldn't want to deport people that are scamming in your country? I think people don't understand there are a lot of people out there that feel the exact same way that I do. And they're tired of pretending that it's racist or bigoted or xenophobic or whatever you want to call it to say that they want to get the fucking scammers and terrorists and criminals out of their fucking country so they can live in peace. I think there's so many people that are fucking sick of it. And I don't care what you call me. I don't care what the words are that you're going to use. It's not going to change the outcome. It don't matter anymore. Call me whatever you want. It's still going to happen.
A mechanic in Cuba has found a way to power his car amid the U.S. oil blockade. Juan Carlos Pino modified his 1980 Polish-built Polski Fiat to run on charcoal, a cheaper and more abundant fuel than gasoline.
I learned about it from my uncle, who was a mechanic and taught me the basics of that technique, gas generators, back in World War II and all that. And it always caught my attention. And I never implemented it because there was no need. Now, with the current fuel crisis, I set out to see if, because it's a fuel that exists and it's easy to obtain in this area.
Curious residents gathered around Pino's car as he explained how it works. This resident stopped his motorcycle to get a closer look, saying the invention has left him speechless. In the U.S. besieged economy, scarcity has long been a constant in Cuba. This has grown worse since the U.S. captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, cutting off Venezuelan oil while threatening tariffs on any other countries that supply Cuba with fuel. Power blackouts are now the norm. Gasoline is strictly rationed. Pino built his device entirely from scrap and repurposed items. The charcoal burns inside a converted propane tank, sealed shut with the lid of a transformer. And a stainless steel milk jug stuffed with old clothes acts as a filter. In one test run, the car completed a 53-mile trip, reaching a top speed for 43 miles per hour.
Personally, I'd prefer gasoline because, well, it's more convenient. It's the technology. It makes sense. But it's going to be hard for me to remove the charcoal tank. Because it's like my own baby.
That wasn't a thunderstorm passing through the area. It was a loud boom, though, shaking doorbell cameras and a home, all from a 7-ton meteor streaking across the sky, nearly 6 feet long, traveling at just around 40,000 miles an hour. Of course, it's been the big story today. Thanks for joining us for the news at 10 o'clock. I'm Chris Fry. NASA says the meteor exploded just north of Medina. A lot of people saw the fireball as it made its descent. Caitlin McCarthy spoke with an astronomer about this rare sight.
When's the next time you think we'll feel and hear something like this?
Probably not the rest of your life.
Wow.
Yeah, this is
once
kind
in a
of
lifetime.
Right. This is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It really is.
Astronomer Jay Reynolds describing Tuesday's extraterrestrial experience in Northeast Ohio. According to NASA, the 7-ton space rock traveling at 40,000 miles per hour that lit up the sky was first detected just before 9 a.m. It traveled more than 34 miles through the atmosphere before breaking up and some fragments falling over Medina County.
What you want to look for is something in your backyard that shouldn't be there. Look at the rocks, look at them carefully, and you'd be surprised. I can show you one that you look at it and say, well, what's the big deal? Yeah, it's a meteorite.
He showed us what meteorite can look like.
It's sliced open, and now you can see the little shiny things in there. So the little shiny thing is iron.
Charles Dubber in Medina believes he may have found a piece in his driveway.
My driveway is white, and this rock was sitting right there. Out of the blue, I looked down, and there it was.
He says he plans to hold on to it and find out if it's the real deal.
It's sparkly. Inside looks shiny in there.
Whether you stumble upon an out-of-this-world find or felt and heard that big boom, it's all a part of a unique cosmic event that doesn't come around often. In Cleveland, Caitlin McCarthy, 19 News.
Unbelievable. This machine was reportedly banned by some gold companies because with it, almost anyone could strike gold. It's called the Spiral Gold Concentrator. First, pour gold-bearing sand and gravel into the spinning bowl. Keep the water flowing steadily. The lighter dirt and debris get washed away, but the heavier gold particles stay behind. They slide slowly down the spiral grooves and finally collect in the center cup. Don't let its small size fool you. Its efficiency beats traditional panning. Recovery rates can reach over 95%, and one person can run the whole operation. But here's the real question. Where is the gold? Prospectors sweep a simple detector across the ground. When it senses metal underground, the signal changes. The more metal there is, the stronger the response. The faster the spin or the louder the alert. When the signal keeps getting stronger, usually means the target is right beneath your feet. Once the spot is confirmed, dig up the gold-bearing soil, pour it into the spiral concentrator, and
material. Wow. Mas putih.
Hurry, hurry, delete it fast.
I'm trying.
Hurry!
Delete it! Make them live by their own rules. This is one of the rules for radicals, Saul Alinsky's handbook to destroy the elites. And who are the elites now in our society? Well, it's actually the radicals. Zorhan Mandami and his wife. And so what if they are to live by the rules of left-wing cancel culture? Ooh, baby. It's not looking good because she used the N-word like a bunch. And by she, I mean Zorhan Mandami and his goofy-ass wife, Rama
so you might as well keep your ears open.
Honest hearts.
She's the first lady of New York City. Rama Dwaji deletes old X account. She's deleted all of her social media because she's such a psychotic terrorist lover. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that to be like, you know, like
to talk to the tribes.
I'm just
We've seen
reading
our
the
share
memes.
of cults,
I'm saying that because
but the new
she literally
Canaanites,
just like is
they were
constantly
honest
praising
traders,
terrorists.
good fighters
and also
too.
dropping N-bombs, baby.
Raiders wouldn't tangle with them.
She a fan
But
of Nick
then,
Fuentes? Who
the
knows?
Legion appeared in
Is that
Arizona.
why she had to delete her account?
I
Who
reckon
knows?
you know all about them.
Let's get into it.
Turns out
Very
Caesar's
interesting
first war
story.
chief,
And
the Mal-Pace
I love
Legate,
stories like this.
was a new Canaanite.
Rama
Joshua
Dwaji.
Graham.
What is a Rama
Legend
Dwaji?
goes
What is
that
a Rama
Graham was the
Dwaji? There it
meanest,
is.
toughest
That's what
son
it
of a
is.
bitch in
That's
the
a Rama
whole
Dwaji.
damn legion.
How did she meet
The new
Zorhan
Canaanites
Mandami, and where's she
wouldn't talk
from?
about
What'd she do exactly?
They were ashamed.
They met on Hinge.
Guess I can't blame them. Well, at Hoover Dam, the
They met on
Mal-Pace
Hinge in
Legate finally met
2021.
his match. Hanlon and
He was a member
Oliver
of the New York
kicked
State
his
Assembly.
new Canaanite butt right back over the river. Caesar had to make an example for
They
the
held a private
others
ceremony
to
in
show them that
Dubai.
even at the highest level,
married in a civil
failure
ceremony in New York.
wouldn't be tolerated.
They had a ceremony
He had
in
Graham
Uganda.
covered in pitch,
Mandami's
lit
birth
on fire, and
So
thrown into the Grand
so this
Canyon.
this is the face
People say
of
he didn't
Thrown
even
into the
scream
Grand
when he
Canyon.
died.
First Lady of New York.
Not long after, some of the
he was born
slaves
in
and
Uganda.
tribals started to talk.
She lived all of
Said
her life in the
Graham
Middle
wasn't
East.
dead.
She's born
Shouldn't have been
in
any surprise.
Houston, Texas.
All this talk
But
bothered
she
Caesar,
moved immediately
so
after
he
she was born from
forbade
Houston,
anyone
Texas,
from speaking
back.
his name.
His Muslim parents,
Wanted to erase
Syrian
Joshua
Muslim
Graham
parents
from
from
history.
Damascus.
He got his
And,
wish.
she
Joshua
was raised in
Graham
Dubai,
disappeared, and in his
United Arab
place
Emirates.
came legends of the
spent her
burned
entire
man
childhood in
walking the
Portugal.
wastes.
She's like one of
Probably
those
just
goofy,
a
like,
tribal ghost story.
artists.
But New Canaan's
All right,
been
I didn't
silent
know
for a
anything
long
about her,
time.
so I just thought it was interesting.
Maybe it's a
She's like one of these
coincidence.
privileged. Clearly, her parents
Maybe
were
the
loaded
Mal-Pace Legate
because she lived some
is
like
dead.
privilege. She never worked as a barista.
Or maybe
she did
Joshua
art
Graham did
residencies
crawl
in
out of
Beirut,
that canyon
Lebanon,
and
Paris,
finally
France,
found his way back
New York
home.
City, and she had a she got a master's degree in art. You know, like who gets that?
All right,
On a
people.
24-hour selection
Been a long couple
for
of
an art
weeks,
residency
but
in the
here we are.
Catskills Mountains.
Zion.
Okay.
I know
Yeah,
your
these
feet
aren't
hurt.
this isn't a real
I
life.
know you're
You
tired.
don't make any money doing this.
But I need everyone.
And her illustrations often explore Arab culture and social justice in the Middle East. And women's rights.
It's mine on the trail ahead.
You're doing great. You're doing great,
Ain't the trail
sweetheart.
ahead worries me, Jed.
Anyway,
those descents we
her
made through
art
that slot
is far less
canyon back up
interesting.
there.
Her art's actually like hideous.
Ain't no way we're
Here's
getting
like
back
her
out
art.
the way we
You ever
come.
seen her art?
And
Here's
then
her
what?
Art. Oh, got
God
it.
damn it,
Eyes on
Stella heard you the first
Wow.
time. And the 15th, too.
Really
The new Canaanites will know a way.
impressive
And if
stuff
they don't,
Whoa.
we've got the maps on our
Stuff.
friend's Pip-Boy over there.
More
And
stuff.
I'm
Oh,
lollygagging.
wow. I want to
Get
just hang
moving.
this on my wall.
And keep an eye out for
You know,
tribals.
can I please like put this in my
Sorry
dining
to
room?
bother you with reality, old Jed.
Incredible. I like would just like please. It's so inspirational.
Who cares?
Have you ever wanted to be
I'm an angry
invisible?
Muslim woman. She is an angry Muslim woman, actually. Zorhan Mandami's wife
Stim
got
pack
exposed for using
reserves
the
adequate.
N-word and being rude to gay people. Oh no!
God damn it, ambush!
Medic supplies adequate.
You know, raised in Damascus, you know what they say.
I bet no one has ever been as unnoticed as me.
Here's her account that they were able to get. I think it was the gay-ass people from Instagram that finally motivated me to get off the internet. Talking gangsta with my genius, says whatever, random Muslim account. She goes, hell yeah! N-word! Super duper genius, excuse you. I guess the N-word with an A, not an R. And, well, now she's deleted her account.
Mandami's wife is not only a rabid anti-Semite, she's also homophobic. She uses the N-word. Oh, and she volunteered to be a suicide bomber. If it does good for my cause, I'm happy to accept death. Okay, there you go. Why are all these f***its following me? That's what she says. I'm like, don't get mad at me. I'm reading her words. Hell yeah, nigga. Super duper genius excuse of you. Okay. Does good for my cause. I will happily accept that. She says. Well, let's look at some other things. Hey Snapchat, show them the children locked in cages overnight, burned alive and starved to death in Palestine. But in reality, Snapchat disappointed me. F Tel Aviv shouldn't exist in the first place. They're occupiers. You celebrate them. Hey Snapchat gave Israelis outlet to celebrate their atrocities. Genocidal state. Okay, got it. More stuff that she's... Taps Mike. American soldiers... This is what she shared this. American soldiers fighting in imperialist wars are not brave. They're not fighting for anyone's freedom. They're mercilessly slaughtering third world civilians. So, as you can imagine, she has deactivated her account. After saying the N-word and harassing gay people, the internet never forgets. New York City jihadists can run, but they can't hide. Mandami's wife is trying to hide her old posts. Too late. Melania Trump was on social media dropping N-bombs. It'd be front page for weeks. People would be calling for her execution, but Zohran Mandami's wife can do it. It's different. Disturbing. Mandami's homophobic, racist, terrorist-sympathizing wife, who recently got exposed for calling black people the N-word and gay people the F-word, whatever, has shut down her
The new
X
Canaanites
account.
will know a way.
Oh,
and
boy.
if they don't, we've got the maps on our friend's Pip-Boy over there.
No.
Enough lollygagging.
Take the little girl out of the Middle East.
And keep an eye out for tribals.
You know what they say?
Sorry to
Unattractive
bother
development.
you with...
A woman who hates Jews also hates other people. That job, jihadist, the left will do backflips to ignore this. They are, by the way. Zohran Mandami, though, said that it's his job
Have you ever
root
wanted
out
to be
bigotry
invisible?
across New York City, with an increase in funding hate
We're
crime.
okay on
And they're fearful
Stimpaks.
also in conversations that I have heard myself about life in this city. I
We're
spoke
okay on
to
medics
a Jewish man in
until we have
Williamsburg
to
not
number
too
pay.
many weeks ago who told me about the fact that he now locks the
Do you
door
like me?
that he used to close, that he used to keep open for years.
Because of your wife, dude. Because your wife. Deleting your wife's Facebook ought to do it. Remember when the national media tried to impeach Justice Alito because he hung up George Washington's flag on his porch? Start with your effing wife. That's right. Zohran Mandami's wife will not be getting canceled by Democrats for using the N-word because Democrats have been calling black people that since the party was founded. Look it up. Hot take and true take. Mandami's wife got full racist bigot against Latinos and blacks. Definitely not.
Time to fight.
Libtard, BF, homophobic, anti-Semitic, GF. Mandami must resign, right? Isn't that the way this works? Complicated politics of Rama Dumwaji. New York Times covered the complicated politics of her style. Will they cover her posts? New York City mayor's wife seems to be the bigot who supports terrorism. Woke gap relationship. He could start by telling his wife to chill. Change begins at home. Get dragged for this. We made Al Franken resign over joke. This woman can cheerlead, rape, slaughter, and torture of Jewish civilians, and nobody gives an F. Mandami's wife. Use the N-word to mock gay people, and Democrats are lining up to vote for her. What does it tell you exactly? What does it tell you?
This one looks pretty tough.
Cancel culture will end when it comes to them. Deserves to be united. Whoever says cancel culture will end when it comes to them. I'm not for cancel culture, but I am for making people live by their own rules. And, you know, the rules of libs are like, you should deport people for saying this. So, deport Zohran Mandami? Back to you, content. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
people have asked to see how much hair we get off of Jasper when we vacuum him. That's how much hair.
Bye-bye.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people,
Hoy,
for the people.
white legs don't leave survivors often. You're some kind
But
of
the
lucky, let me
people
tell you.
are retarded.
You came from outside, didn't you? From the civilized lands.
What the fuck? I love monarchies now.
La, I meant
For
no
many
offense.
living on Skid Row,
If you won't talk
life
to me,
on the streets
talk
is a
to
harsh
Joshua
reality.
Graham.
But
He
one
said our
man
camp-
chose to face his situation with creativity and determination. Homeless but resourceful, he decided that instead of sleeping outside, he would make the best of what he had. Using scattered cardboard boxes and glue, he constructed a small hut to call his own. But before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. From the outside, it might seem like just a pile of boxes, but inside is a carefully crafted space. It's more than just a shelter, it's a symbol of resilience and ingenuity. Despite the humble materials, the space has been transformed into a home with warmth and personality. The sleeping area is simple but functional. A basic mattress lies on the floor, surrounded by reinforced cardboard walls for insulation. The setup provides a surprising sense of comfort, showing that even the most basic materials can be made welcoming with effort and care. In the lounge area, a sofa has been constructed from cardboard boxes filled with sandbags to maintain its shape. Old cushions are placed on top, turning it into a sturdy and inviting spot to sit and relax. Despite the limitations of the materials, this space exudes a sense of normalcy and creativity. It's a striking example of how even discarded items can be used to create something functional, personal, and filled with character. This home proves that resilience and imagination can make any space a haven.
Nope, nope. Nope. Nope.
我天，失败了，失败了！我操！哎呦，附加拉呀，这是。Boom.
That, right there, is one of the best air defense systems on Earth, having a bad night. Footage captured by Chinese crew members appears to show an Iranian missile hitting the Fujairah oil depot in the UAE. Apparently, 6 Patriot PAC-3 interceptors were fired, but none of them stopped it. For now, analysts aren't sure the footage is even legit, because the UAE reported that same day that the Fujairah fires were caused by debris from intercepted drones, not a missile that got through. So, take it with a grain of salt. But this isn't even the first time. Footage from the Al Udeid airbase in Qatar on day 1 of this war showed 3 interceptors firing and failing to bring down incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. In fact, the Patriots' performance against Russian ballistic missiles in Ukraine has raised more than a few eyebrows over the years. And yet, it still carries a 90% interception rate, the same number Israel's Iron Dome puts up, which is widely considered to be the gold standard of air defense. The only honest conclusion is that no air defense system has ever been tested at the scale and intensity this war is testing them. And the gap between what a system does in a controlled environment and what it does when Iran is firing coordinated swarms of drones and ballistic missiles simultaneously is a gap that no amount of peacetime testing can prepare you for.
Only on Fox 11 tonight, a damaged cargo ship docked in the port of Long Beach with crushed and dangling containers after a rough trip across the Pacific. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf reports the Coast Guard now on watch as crews work to clear the load and prevent more from falling into the water.
Right now, all eyes are on these damaged shipping containers. Michael, give you a look. You can see the bottom ones look absolutely crushed. The top appear to be teetering. This the second case like this in a matter of months. Tonight, containers crushed, twisted, and dangling off the side of a massive ship in Long Beach. This, an exclusive look at the OOCL Sunflower as the U.S. Coast Guard patrols nearby and crews size up the damage after a violent voyage at sea.
The way you stack containers is kind of like Lego blocks. Once one goes, the others start to go, and you have almost like a Jenga set going overboard.
The ship, tracked from Taiwan to Southern California, hit powerful 20-foot waves near the Aleutian Islands, sending at least 32 containers into the ocean and leaving dozens more damaged.
Wind and waves like that can cause the vessel to yaw. It could cause waves to come over the bow. And unfortunately, what we see sometimes happen is containers can either collapse or the rigging that holds the containers in place could fail. And then due to the motion of the ship, you'll get a container collapse.
What's going on the stacks? This dramatic video from just 6 months ago. More than 70 containers toppled from the MV Mississippi and triggering a massive cleanup.
It's a little bit of a laborious chore to get all those containers off because you want to make sure you don't have a further spill.
A 100-yard safety zone now in place around the Sunflower as officials prepare for the possibility more containers could fall.
Because the containers have collapsed and collapsed onto each other, you could have a spill on board the vessel. The ship could be leaking. So right now, obviously, the big thing is going to be cleanup.
Back out here, the teetering containers appear to be pretty well secured tonight. It's still unclear exactly what's inside them or if it's anything hazardous. Sources say the cleanup could begin here as early as Thursday. Reporting the Port of Long Beach, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
This is what psychological collapse looks like. Israeli and U.S. strikes hit Mojave Airport in Tehran and destroyed at least 17 aircraft on the ground. And Iran's response was to pile every vehicle they could find all over the airport, especially on runway 29R. Fire trucks, ground support equipment, baggage carts, anything with wheels got dragged onto the tarmac. You only do this when you're afraid someone is going to land troops on it. Iran watched what happened in Iraq in 2003. On April 3rd, the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division seized Saddam International Airport on the western edge of Baghdad. Within days, the city had fallen. Mojave sits in the same position for Tehran that Baghdad International sat for Baghdad, right on the edge of the capital, big enough to land anything. So they're filling it with anything they can get their hands on.
Rest in peace. Sad news for our viewers at home. Fox News alert now on the passing of an American icon. The legendary actor Chuck Norris has passed away. His family posting the news on Instagram a moment ago.
President Trump has tapped the vice president to lead a new task force to combat fraud.
And while the massive fraud uncovered in Minnesota has helped to spark this crackdown, it's not just a Minnesota problem. Newsmax crime correspondent Jason Matera has the story of a scheme in North Carolina that siphoned off millions of dollars in Medicaid funds. Jason.
They stole outright about $13 million that they should not have gotten otherwise.
Federal prosecutors say this wasn't some sloppy bookkeeping mistake. They say it was a scheme built around a North Carolina drug treatment center, and it was a family affair. Authorities say Brandon Sims owned Life Touch LLC while his mother and sister helped run the operation. According to court records from 2018 through 2023, Medicaid-eligible patients were lured into the clinic using kickbacks.
They would get say a $50 gift card, give it to a patient at the end of the week. If the patient came to several sessions that week, how often the patient came, that would determine how much they were given in gift cards.
Investigators say the defendants even tried to make those payments look legitimate by routing the gift cards through yet another family connection.
They used the grandmother's church to purchase the gift cards and give gift cards through that to, make it seem like, hey, we're just doing some type of charity.
They weren't. In fact, some of the very patients enrolled in the program were allegedly using those gift cards in ways that only deepened their addiction.
We had evidence that they would go and buy drugs with it.
The fraud machine had another moving part, billing Medicaid for drug tests where results didn't matter.
They would do the drug screens on many of these folks. The drug screen would come back positive, showing that the patient was still abusing drugs. And they would just ignore it and continue to give them kickbacks.
Altogether, prosecutors say the family fraud ring drained Medicaid of $12.7 million. And that money didn't go toward treatment.
There's property after property after property. There's a 2021 Rolls-Royce Corvette, and when we executed a search warrant at his house in Houston, we found $1.3 million. This wasn't like, oops, I accidentally stole $1.3 million in cash. This was a systematic plan that they created.
To this Medicaid scam have pleaded guilty, including Brandon Sims, who appeared to fancy himself as an influencer. Now comes the punishment. They've recently been sentenced to federal prison with terms ranging from 30 months to 6 years. And another important detail we learned, the government expects to recover about $8 million through asset forfeiture. That's still well short of the total stolen. But the U.S. attorney for the district told us that getting back more than half is considered a win, as sad as that may sound. Mark, Christina?
Wow, that is sad. It's tough to see that happen, especially when there's so many people out there that genuinely need services like this.
Every dollar you get back is important. You want them all,
Right.
but every one you get back is important. All right, thanks.
Jason, thanks for bringing us that story.
Information. Truth. Is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
Well, we begin with some breaking news. Just within the last hour, Iran revealing that its Hassan nuclear facility has been hit in an airstrike. That's the country's main uranium enrichment site, and Iranian officials say there is no radiation leakage. Right now, it's unclear whether it was the U.S. or Israel that carried out that mission.
Also overnight, Iran firing 2 ballistic missiles at strategic U.S.-UK military base on the island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. It marks the regime's first threat to U.S. interests beyond the Middle East.
Meanwhile, President Trump offering the nation a hopeful update on Operation Epic Fury. Lucas Tomlinson joining us live from Dubai to kick things off with the very latest details. And Lucas, Diego Garcia.
That's right. Good morning, Griff. Diego Garcia, a long way from the stated ranges of Iran's missiles. Remember, it's just a few years ago, the late Ayatollah said they don't have any missiles that go this far. So officials say it's very clear he was lying, as well as other Iranian officials. Diego Garcia, 4,000 kilometers away. For Charlie, let's put this in miles, about 2,500 miles. And previously, Iran said their missiles only go 2,000 kilometers, or about 1,300 miles. So clearly this demonstrates that 3 weeks into this war, Iran still has some ability to launch some ballistic missiles, and apparently some ballistic missiles that nobody knew they had, perhaps the CIA and Mossad as well. But President Trump says he thinks this war is starting to wind down after more than 15,000 missions between the United States and Israeli air forces, striking over 8,000 targets across Iran. And now we have the venerable A-10 Warthog, that 50-year-old warhorse, running strafing missions along the coastline against those small boats associated with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. A-10 with that 30-millimeter cannon that shoots depleted uranium shells, probably the only uranium the Trump administration wants to see in Iran after those strikes you mentioned on Natanz and the nuclear strikes you recall during Midnight Hammer. Those nuclear sites were hit. Officials say this was always going to be part of the latter stages of the war. Those nuclear sites don't shoot back, of course. Had to take out the air defense systems, had to take out ballistic missiles, which the Pentagon insists are down 90%, although I mentioned that launched about 60 drones at Saudi Arabia earlier earlier today, an overnight back in the United States, Kuwait, and here in the Emirates, air defense systems were active. And this is Eid. This is the Muslim world celebrating the end of the holy month of Ramadan. It's supposed to be a happy time. It's supposed to be a time of celebration. Iran clearly not pausing, nor for their Nowruz New Year's, Persian New Year as well. Now, here are some of the nuclear facilities that are still left and need to be targeted. President Trump also taking a true social on his way to Palm Beach last night, leaving the White House. He thinks the war is coming down to a conclusion. He said he didn't want a ceasefire. He's calling Iran obliterated, and he's saying we're getting closer to achieving our objectives, completely degrading Iran's nuclear missile and launch capabilities, destroying Iran's defense industrial base. We heard that at the Pentagon from Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, limiting their Navy and Air Force. And there's also this issue with Kar Island. We have over 2,000 Marines from the Boxer Amphibious Ready Group now deploying from San Diego. Of course, take about a month to get there. The Pacific, pardon the sirens back there. There's Karg Island. This is a strategic choke point for the Iranians. They ship 96% of their oil from this little island in the northern Persian Gulf outside of Basra and Kuwait. And if the Iranians are going to hold the Strait of Hormuz hostage, perhaps President Trump wants to return the favor, take something that the Iranians want, perhaps another real estate deal coming up. As you can see here, CENTCOM continuing to get into it, laying it down and destroying a lot of these Iranian surface-to-air missile sites and ballistic missiles. And I'm told that's all the time I have, guys.
Lucas, thank you for breaking that down into American for me in terms of the distance to Diego Garcia. But could you also kind of break it down for us? What is the difference in sort of escalation in terms of distance that rocket was able to hit, and what does that mean for other interests outside of the direct Middle East area?
Here's the good news, Charlie. That missile didn't hit anything. According to the Wall Street Journal, one of them failed, splashed down in the Indian Ocean. The other one was knocked down by an SM-3 missile. Only the U.S. Navy fires those, so that's from a guided missile destroyer shooting it out of the sky. But the big concern here, maybe not concern, but for it's just more proof that Iran has not been honest about its capabilities. For years, the Iranians insisted they didn't have any missiles that went that far. They said the max range of their missiles was half that. They called it, defense for the region. The fact that they are trying to launch a missile, 2,500 miles, that certainly puts a lot of European capitals in range. Of course, a lot of American bases in range as well. So the concern is, one, that they are able to launch something this large, and also that they have that capability. But the good news here is one splashed down, the other shot down, Charlie.
Yeah, but troubling because it certainly sends a message that they have capabilities twice what they have publicly stated. Lucas Thompson, live for us in Dubai. Lucas, thank you.
Thanks, Lucas.
Thanks, Lucas.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
On today's episode of Holy Shit, I can't believe this still works, we have some cotton candy, giant holes, and a massive dust storm. This Lenovo Legion Y720 gaming laptop is in my shop today because it's fucked. It's overheating due to a kilo of booger sugar clogging the vents and a bunch of thermal pads that are doing nothing. The power button is caved in deeper than your mother's car seat, and the bottom cover is falling apart faster than my marriage. But can it be saved? You're goddamn right it can. So let's get to it. Open up the bottom case and disconnect that battery before removing those dusty blades of debauchery, and make our way out back to clean the linty leftovers off these little Lenovo Legions. Bellissimo. Now time for the thermal paste. Remove all these screws and wait a second. Do you see how these thermal pads aren't making contact with these chips? It's because for some reason the heatsink is bent right here, so I have to gently bend it back without damaging the pipe, confirm it's making contact, and then reassemble and check those temps. Well, everything looks good after a stress test. Now it's time to clean it up and tell the customer
the greatest technician that's ever lived
has completely fuck.
We got a lot of breaking news this hour, folks, and we're getting back to the breaking news I mentioned at the top of the show. Learning of a jury in California finding Elon Musk liable for misleading investors by driving down Twitter's stock price in the months leading up to this accusation of the social media giant back in 2022, which he later renamed X. Want to go to Misty Maris, who's standing by for us on this. Listen, Misty, this is a pretty big deal, right? The purchase price, I believe at the time, was $44 billion. This was a civil trial. He's now been found liable of driving down that price. he's probably going to have to pay a hefty fine. Yes, he is one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest man in the entire world, but nonetheless, how is this playing out for you?
Yeah, this was interesting, an interesting trial to follow. So this related to 3 tweets during this critical time period of May 2022 until that Twitter deal closed in October of 2022. And so the jury has found him liable for those tweets, determining that they were materially misleading and led to the damages of the shareholders who sold during that time when it caused that Twitter stock to tank. So now what's going to happen? The jury has said that there'll be in between $3 to $8 a day that these stockholders will be entitled to. And there's going to be a calculation, Yaz, relating to each individual stockholder, when they sold it, how many shares, what that means for them. So this could be thousands of people, and you're talking about significant damages that are going to be paid out. I should mention, the jury did fall short of saying that Musk intentionally engaged in a scheme to defraud. So keep in mind, the legal standard here was either recklessly or intentionally. So looks like they thought it was reckless, but not necessarily a plan to really drive down that stock, as the plaintiffs had argued.
So we've got that in one bucket. There's another trial that we have been watching, obviously, for the last few weeks or so, and that is the social media trial. And it's about addiction involving apps like Instagram and Meta as well. What are we expecting there? We're waiting on a verdict.
Yeah. So this has been in jury deliberation since Friday, so now a week. I think the tally is up to 30-some hours. And I'm not surprised to see it taking a while because, remember, it's YouTube and Meta. The jury has to analyze it as if it were 2 separate trials. And then if they find liability, they have to determine damages. So it's a complicated analysis. We're waiting here. I've been on verdict watch this whole week. You know what happens on Fridays, though? A lot of times you see that decision coming in. So we'll be here waiting to see if we, in fact, do get that verdict, largely consequential, not just for these 2 entities, but also for big tech overall.
Misty, thank you for being on this for us.
Thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Bill that will put the maps in front of voters. It will be the first state in U.S. history to, in the most democratic way, submit to the people of our state the ability to determine their own maps. Just remind everybody what they reminded you, that need to be reminded, all of us again, of how we got here.
Glad you
made it. We got
it.
here because the President of the United States is struggling. We got here because the President of the United States is one of the most unpopular presidents in U.S. history. We got here because he recognizes that he will lose the election. Congress will go back into the hands of the Democratic Party next November. We got here because of his failed policies. Those are being exposed hour by hour, reinforced today by Walmart announcing they'll be raising prices because of the tax increases, because of the tariffs. Reminded every day by a slowing economy, growing distrust all across this nation, across the board. He is failing. He recognized that, and that's why he made a phone call to Greg Abbott asking for 5 seats. Can't win by playing by traditional sets of rules.
We should have given you a better welcome on your first visit to Zion.
I remind you all the time,
From what
it's not the rule of law, it's the rule of God.
White-legs
And
seem
we're
to be
standing up to that. We're
and you're a
responding
courier,
to that.
no less.
They fired the first
Not
shot
the one
in
I was
Texas.
expecting.
We wouldn't be here.
I don't
if
know
Texas
if you were
had not
close.
done what they
I pray
just
for the
did.
safety of all good people who come to Zion. Even
All right, liberals can't run a city, but they can run it into the ground. They'll take your money for critical projects, then they'll never complete them. New York City was building a fancy new public bathroom. The prototype was supposedly faster and cheaper to build, though. But according to the city, the $3.5 million toilet still isn't there 4 years later. And when they're not flushing your cash down the drain, the Big Apple is spending $81,000 on services for each homeless person there. That's just over $200 shy of the city's median household income. It's crazy. Now, on the other coast, the Golden State's Golden Boy is trying to build an animal bridge over a multi-lane highway.
I can't even tell you how special it is to be here. I've spent 14 years of my life working on this. We're holding reserves to finish construction. All those are exhausted at this point. We need your help one more time to get us to the finish line.
Gavin thought this would be the envy of the world.
And we'll inspire examples like this all across the rest of the country and around the rest of the world. California, eat your heart out. Washington, D.C., eat your heart out. Washington, and eat your heart out, Florida.
But more than $100 million, and 4 years later, that bridge is going nowhere. It's still not finished, and the dollar signs keep growing. Here to discuss, Chris Bedford, author of the Beltway Brief. All right, Chris. Newsom actually wanted more of these wildlife bridges.
He thought it was going to be an example for the entire planet. He thought that the country would follow. California is leading the way. He's always talking about that, but they're leading it to nowhere. They've got bridges like this. They've got unfinished projects, the high-speed rail. It's a disaster through and through. And by the way, people are watching because they see what President Trump's doing, and they're saying, you know, our executives actually have a little bit of power to do something about this. They're not powerless, so it's on him.
Now, high taxes, bad policies are driving out wealthy residents. Chris, what can you tell us?
The main thing that's driving out a lot of these different billionaires is the proposed one-time wealth tax, which would take 5% or $50 million out of every $1 billion of your net assets in order to pay for everyone else that's fleeing California. You're looking up here, you got Elon Musk, Larry Page, Sergey Brin. These are the guys who've been credited as being the crown jewels of California for years. They're the people who would say, hey, look, California's got its issues, but look at this glittering thing, the technologists. And now they're all saying, you're just going to raid my already taxed money in my savings account?
I think
Absolutely
we should
not.
go through them one by one, because just think of the tax dollars, reasonable taxation would have been brought in by Elon Musk. $823.9 billion net worth, and now in Texas. Larry Page, obviously co-founder of Alphabet, worth $250. I mean, think of the money. They're moving all that stuff to Delaware. Sergey Brin, Очень хорошо, that's in Russian, net worth $233 billion. Also board members. So and Zuckerberg, you know, so he's going to Florida as well. So he's going down, living in the Miami area, and said, I'm done.
And why wouldn't you want to get out? And they're trying to still come for it. So this ballot measure, or this initiative, which is gaining signatures and could pass, would penalize anyone who's a citizen of California starting in January of this year. They're going to try and come and take your money. You can't even try to get away from them. So when you have the leaders of Silicon Valley here saying, you know, we'd rather donate to Donald Trump, and we'd rather move to Ron DeSantis' Florida, we'd rather move to Greg Abbott's Texas because we're going to ding those policies, that's a great sign, and it shows you Gavin Newsom's leadership. But also, even though a lot of these guys have become less political in years, except for Elon Musk, who's gone more to the right, even though they've become less political, they still haven't understood that their marriage of their fiscal policies, which they're more conservative on, libertarian on, and their social insanity that they have pushed over the years come together and have created this political environment that's making California inhospitable.
I did the quick math, 1.5 trillion net worth.
Any state will take that.
Amazing. Chris, thank you so much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
All right, liberals can't run.
came here for, and that was watching this official groundbreaking. But I do want to just thank every single one of you, all the remarkable leaders, and I'm not talking about the elected officials. I'm talking about all of you leaders in your own right that helped advance this cause, will inspire young people, and will inspire examples like this all across the rest of the country and around the rest of the world. California, eat your heart out. Washington, D.C., eat your heart out. Washington, and eat your heart out. Florida. Thank you all very much.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Are you fucking?
God, shit. Spider Island. Oh, fuck.
Started stage 1 and we're waiting to start stage 2. The world changed beneath us, though. This spring, construction costs increased considerably. And although we were holding reserves to finish construction, all those are exhausted at this point because of tariffs, inflation, and so many other factors. So we need your help one more time to get us to the finish line and help us build back those reserves so that we can ensure that we finalize construction by November.
We're here with tonight's squad. Let's jump right in. Chris, was she holding a stuffed animal, or what am I watching there on television, really? Truly?
I think they call them furries or something. Isn't that what they're doing? I think they're all insane, but they're all very wealthy because, you know, she has no experience here. They give her an orange vest and a yellow hat, and it's a hard hat, and they say, hey, we've got a bridge for you. We don't care if it's ever finished. It doesn't mean anything. Nobody's going to use it, but we're going to spread millions and millions of taxpayer dollars around so you can buy a beach house in San Diego. And that's how it works when you're a Democrat. You don't have to know anything about the subject. They just throw taxpayer money at you.
Rebecca, Beth Pratt, not related, I believe, to Chris Pratt, the actor. Let me tell you this. She blames Trump. She blames him for his tariffs, inflation, for blown deadlines, and cost overruns. Okay, this project started in 2022, and she's blaming Donald Trump. I mean, wasn't inflation back during the Biden years like close to 9%?
You're exactly right. And this reminds me a lot, actually, of the whole Jerome Powell scandal, where they are just totally over budget. They're totally delayed on this project. And you cannot say the same for this ballroom. As controversial and as much fuss as it's caused in the media, they are actually ahead of schedule, as the president said today in the Oval, and they are actually under budget. And it is funded by private donors, citizens. It's not funded by your taxpayers. And so it's just night and day difference. And it totally does not shock me to see fraud like this in California, my home state.
Tony, why is it your home state? Really? Oh, boy. Well, I don't know if it's any better here in D.C. I got to tell you, though, why would you spend this $114 million to build a wildlife overpass for cougars and butterflies? Please, walk me through that as well.
Well, like all politics are local, all accountability is local, too. There's something going on there because as a county commissioner, last night I sat in a meeting going through our budget for this year, and we're building a high school. It's going to be over $60 million. We're building a new reverse osmosis system for the county to have new water, which is going to cost another $60. We have to account for every dollar, and we have to, oh, by the way, we have to find people who are qualified, Mercy, to actually do the work. Imagine that.
Are you naming the school for Cesar Chavez?
We know that.
I thought about that.
We know that Beth Pratt is.
But my point is that when you see things like this means that nobody's actually doing accountability. And to blame Donald Trump for something that is literally a local issue is beyond insane.
So when we're looking to, we're finding out that there's this fraud explosion happening within California. Do you believe that Gavin Newsom, Jason, will basically follow the lead of Tim Walz in their own state of Minnesota? Do you think Newsom will do the same?
So I would disagree that Tim Walz that he ignored it. Number one, a lot of the people who started that fraud are actually already in prison. They've been in prison for years.
But he ignored the whistleblowers.
And he's going, through, more situations there. And I would say, you know, if you really like experience, you know, you should talk to Pete Hegseth. That guy doesn't have a whole lot of experience. Or Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner.
He's not driving
These are a lot of
around
guys who don't have a whole lot of experience, who have really important jobs. But
got plenty of combat experience.
And actually doing
I would also say that if we're concerned about fraud on this show, we should talk about, number one, Mississippi with their $77 million worth of fraud, welfare fraud. Lakewood, New Jersey, the Orthodox Jewish community, which did $2 million worth of welfare and Medicaid fraud. So, I mean, there are cases of fraud around the country, and I hope that they're all being investigated, and the media has a responsibility
we know
to
these
cover all of it.
Yeah, we know these governors did not. I mean, Tim Walz ignored these whistleblowers, now trying to make up for the
$2 million
scandal.
on the Orthodox Jews in New Jersey. Got $19 billion in Minnesota.
Billion, and probably somewhere in Somalia.
Information. Truth. Is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
What actually matters? What matters? What is the point of all this? Why are we doing this? Why are we live right now? Why are we live every single day? Why do we work every single weekend? Why was I at the White House yesterday? In meetings to try and effort to get something for the American people. Why is Scott Presler hitting the bricks in the Senate every single day? Why are we constantly talking about the SAVE Act? We took 10 minutes to do a show yesterday. I was like, we get Ron Johnson and we got to bully the Senate into getting the SAVE Act passed. Because the American people don't need more podcast wars. They don't need more egos talking about how important they are or how hurt their feelings are. Who cares? They didn't elect you. We're not electing Piers Morgan or Ben Shapiro or Megyn Kelly or Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens. We're not electing any of them. None of them were on the ballot. If you want to say in what's going on, get on the ballot. Who was on the ballot was Trump. We elected Trump. 3 times we elected Trump. Popular vote elected Trump. 77 million people elected Trump. All 7 swing states elected Trump. All bellwether counties elected Trump. He's a president, and I was at the White House with Trump yesterday. Because that's how you get things done for the American people. I'm done with this doomerism. And I'm also done with taking your eye off the ball. You know why Charlie's a legend? You know why Charlie is so memorialized and beloved? Was because he was a coalition builder. To get things done, to help the American people, to help you and your children and your grandchildren. Not to just sit there and bitch and whine and piss around all day because you got your feelings hurt. Who the hell cares? It doesn't matter. It's like, check the comment section. Check the live comments right now on the chat. It's live comments right now on the chat. Look, half of them are going to be like talking about how much they hate me. How stupid I am, how dumb I am. Every conceivable pejorative that could possibly be written about me on the internet has already been written. And I don't care. It doesn't matter. Because it's not about me. It's about getting the SAVE Act passed. It's about doing something good for the country, for like my children to live in a functional nation that's clean and peaceful and orderly. And I want that. And I think that like the majority of the American people are sort of sick of Republicans, but then especially like the chattering class of influencers to like not delivering. I was at the White House all day yesterday. The vast majority of the day was spent in meetings, doing our level-headed best to take the priorities of this audience, and I'm not going to betray the exact conversations, but let me just tell you, we read the chat and we read the sentiment of this show, and I was there to deliver on that sentiment. And the White House, tactical team, political teams, and legislative, they actually changed direction on a number of things based on insights that I had from this audience, doing the show every single day. Being online, pretty much terminally every single weekend, every single weekday, every single evening, every single morning, like never stopping. That's what this is about. It's not about your ego. It's not about your hurt feelings. It's not about somebody who has a big YouTube channel or a big podcast show, like getting butthurt. This is about delivering for the American people. And it's all we ever care about. It's why I try and keep my nose clean on this stuff. Speaking of keeping your nose clean, a big sign at the White House, big giant sign as you're checking in. No marijuana allowed on site. I was like, dude, how did any of the Biden people get in here? How did anybody from Biden's family or anybody from Biden's administration get in here? Oh, they're all cokeheads. I guess there was no sign that said no cocaine. That's why. That's the point. That's why all we've done is yell and do interviews and bully senators and members of Congress on the show until our voice cracked. Because the point is to deliver for the American people. That's the point. There is no other point. And so with that is the main building goal of this show is coalition building, victory, winning, not being a doomer. America is the greatest country on earth. America is a blessed nation. I love this place. We should colonize the moon. It should be the 52nd or 53rd state after Greenland and Venezuela. Whatever. This is what people are talking about here. I'm done. I'm done with the drama. Okay? And I was like, I've tried not to, like, sometimes speaking, even just speaking about it or like involves you in it, right? I'm just saying, what's the point? If you want to be better than the corporate media, if you want to be better than what we're trying to replace, then you have to act better. You have to show the fruits of actually locking in and delivering. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're going to do on this program. And it's what we're going to be setting our hearts about doing as a constant motivation to stay out of stay out of other people's business, stay out of the drama, keep charging, keep moving forward, keep working, because I know that the vast majority of the American people are on my side. They know that this moment is dire. They know we're headed towards 1,000 years of either light or darkness, depending on how we behave in this moment. We must behave with courage, bravery, and absolute clarity of mission to save our nation. Starts with the SAVE Act. Okay, so let's do the show. The GOP has officially voted to trigger marathon Senate fight to expose Democrats' opposition to Trump-backed voter ID bill. So we have a very good bit of news here and a massive update. Senate Republicans on Tuesday successfully launched their floor takeover to put the Senate Democrats on record against the Trump-backed voter ID legislation. It's a move to shift the spotlight from the internal GOP divisions over safeguarding America's voter eligibility, something that, of course, 80% of the country or more agree with, who are ultimately withholding the needed votes to pass the bill. Not a single Democrat will support the SAVE Act. It is a radical bill, says Chuck Schumer. And if Republicans try to burn time on this legislation here on the floor, we will oppose them as long as it takes. Okay. It's also a culmination of the pressure campaign, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican Donald Trump, Conservative Conference, and fervent online campaign against the bill. What are we doing this for? We're doing this to deliver for the American people. That's the point. If you're not delivering for the American people, like actual legitimate wins, then you're not going to have a movement. You have to deliver for the American people. That needs to be the only goal. That needs, like, delivering actual results. I want my mass deportations. I want them. I need them. I have to have them. And I want my border wall, and I want Greenland, and I with the SAVE Act. Okay, so let's do the show. The GOP has officially voted to trigger marathon Senate fight to expose Democrats' opposition to Trump-backed voter ID bill. So we have a very good bit of news here and a massive update. Senate Republicans on Tuesday successfully launched their floor takeover to put the Senate Democrats on record against the Trump-backed voter ID legislation. It's a move to shift the spotlight from the internal GOP divisions over safeguarding America's voter eligibility, something that, of course, 80% of the country or more agree with, who are ultimately withholding the needed votes to pass the bill. Not a single Democrat will support the SAVE Act. It is a radical bill, says Chuck Schumer. And if Republicans try to burn time on this legislation here on the floor, we will oppose them as long as it takes. Okay. It's also a culmination of the pressure campaign, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican Donald Trump, conservative conference, and fervent online campaign against the bill. What are we doing this for? We're doing this to deliver for the American people. That's the point. If you're not delivering for the American people, like actual legitimate wins, then you're not going to have a movement. You have to deliver for the American people. That needs to be the only goal. That needs to be like delivering actual results. I want my mass deportations. I want them. I need them. I have to have them. And I want my border wall, and I want Greenland, and I want voter ID. These are things that the American public wants. They want the total and whole focus of the United States government to be on domestic policy. That is something that I reiterated time and time again yesterday. Something that I really want John Thune to get across the line. President Trump said yesterday at the White House. He gave a wonderful speech. Hilarious.
Medic supplies adequate.
Totally undeterred by the moment. So
Starting
let's go ahead and
combat.
hop on in and
Just
listen to
kidding.
Mike Lee, his update. I mean, obviously, Mike Lee doing updates every single day. Must listen to. Mike Lee doing an update on what happened yesterday with SAVE Act as they moved to open up debate on the SAVE Act, a critical hurdle that was jumped by only 51 votes. Tom Tillis and Lisa Murkowski not present for the votes. So, traitors in our ranks. Lisa Murkowski, of course, winning her seat based on very dodgy election laws in Alaska. Here we go.
Okay, I know it's late. I've got a
Harvest impact.
excuse for being up late. I was on the Senate floor late tonight debating the merits of the Save America Act. One of the arguments that I've seen and heard made over and over again
Does that feel
on the
better?
Senate floor and on social media and elsewhere, but including on the Senate floor multiple times today,
Injecting
is
stim
this
pack.
absurd argument that goes something like this. If the Save America Act passes, then if you don't have a passport, you're not going to be able to vote. Or if you can't find your documents and can't afford to spend a lot of money getting those documents, you're not going to be able to vote. Therefore, it's going to disenfranchise people who don't have their documents on hand and don't have a lot of disposable income to spend on it. Look, all of this is a lie. Go to the House-passed bill, the Save America Act, the same bill that we
Fighting
turned to
over.
today. Go to page 12, line 22, and the text that follows from that and onto the next page. It makes very clear you don't have to shell out a dime. You can't find your documents, you never had them, your dog ate them, your house burned down, whatever. No problem. We've made accommodation for that. If you've gotten married and you've changed your name to where it's your married last name, taking care of that too. You can handle that by affidavit and put the burden on the state to track down the background documentation without shelling out a dime, even if you don't have any of the documentation because your house burned down, your dog ate it, or you never had it, or whatever. You've got to stop lying about this, Democrats. Because the fact is, the more you lie about this, the more it calls into question your other specious arguments,
I'll miss
including
you.
the fact that voter fraud supposedly never happens, or that non-citizens never register to vote and never do vote. You're exposing those as lies as well. You're lying about the bill.
I really look forward. I'm probably going to go back to D.C. I was like, man, I need to just like get into the Senate. I need to get into the Senate and call people out, like Tom Tillis, for instance, who was on a plane. He skipped the vote for voter ID. This is the single most critical issue. I mean, am I wrong, chat? This is the most critical issue. I've never seen the base more laser focused on a single issue than this, voter ID. Never seen it. ID to vote. I've never seen the base more obsessed with something than the SAVE Act. Don't tell me big, beautiful bill. No. Nobody can even tell you what it does. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, that it's a messaging thing. Never seen the base more connected with a core issue. If a Republican cannot deliver for our base, for the vast majority of the American people, not only for our base, I mean, look at this. You're looking at 300 million people, not just the 77 million Trump voters, 300 million people favor voter ID. That's 84% of the nation. If a Republican can't show up, stand, and deliver for those people, then you have traitors in our midst. Tom Tillis was on a plane. He showed his ID to get on a plane to skip the vote for voter ID. Every Democrat that voted against it yesterday used their ID to vote against voter ID. There's not a single logical, consistent argument that you can possibly make against this legislation. I hopped on a plane. We went viral yesterday. I hopped on a plane and asked a quick question. Here we go.
Went through TSA at the airport right here, and I had to show my ID. I pulled the numbers, and it turns out that 90% of Americans have flown commercially. That's 300 plus million people have flown and had to show their IDs. Yet Democrats say that requiring your ID to vote is somehow racist. So is TSA racist?
Ooh, TSA racist? Oh no! Oh no! It's amazing. The Democrat argument for this is so sad. We'll jump over to Trish McLaughlin here in just one moment. I'm very excited to hear what could possibly be the argument against this. Here it is. I asked my team, like, what is the argument against this? Actually, it's interesting. Republicans, even like some of the like more soft-spoken, let's just call them weaker Republicans, like John Barrasso is this doctor. Yeah, he's from Wyoming. This guy's not a flamethrower. Listen to him yesterday on this. It's like getting people actually like going. Let's go.
10 million illegal immigrants flooded into our country while Joe Biden was president and the Democrats were in charge in the United States Senate and House. And now the Democrats want those same illegal immigrants to have an impact on the elections in the United States. I believe only citizens of the United States should be allowed to vote in American elections. And I believe you should have to present a photo identification card in order to vote. It's common sense. You need to present a photo ID to buy a beer, to board a plane, and to do so many other things that are part of American life.
Or to buy a beer on a plane.
To vote.
Or to buy a beer on a plane.
The great number of American people agree completely with this, that you should have to have a photo ID and be a citizen in order to vote. The Save America Act is the best way to secure and safely provide elections that represent the viewpoints of the American people.
Okay, it's true. Like, you never hear Republican leadership, like, sort of, like, come out swinging like this, especially soft-spoken doctors. Okay, let's get Adam Schiff here, and then we're going to bring in Trish McLaughlin to, like, respond to this, because, of course, these are the same Democrats that have defunded TSA. I thanked every single TSA agent that I saw yesterday working at the airport. These people are working without pay. They can't pay their rent. It's not their fault. Especially at a time when, of course, terrorist threats are at an all-time high right now based on military action throughout the world and terrorist hotspots. To defund the DHS, when there are credible reports of Iran launching a drone attack off our coast and they defund the Coast Guard, it's malevolent. They were saying that Iran was going to drone California, yet Senator Adam Schiff of California is saying here that what matters the most to him is illegal criminal aliens voting in the election. Because of course it does. Here we go.
Which brings me to the so-called Save America Act. This legislation will not save anything about America, but it will destroy something precious about this country. It is not meant to empower people to determine the direction of the nation, but to deprive them of that power. Not to encourage citizen participation in government, but to discourage it, not to heal a nation that is badly divided, but to cause further division, disunion, and democratic decay.
All right. Wow. Adam Schiff, and I quote, the SAVE Act will destroy something precious about our country. Yeah, the something precious is the reason why you imported so many criminal aliens.
Everybody has their own way of playing the game. But my way of playing the game is winning the game. They want to go and be victims? Good. Let's make them earn it.
welcome to the show. This is the new episode of All Craft. We're at a Airbnb, and so yeah. Anyway,
we just can't get a house.
We can't figure it out,
dude. I'm not gonna lie. I hope she doesn't watch the show because Jacob actually made fun of me because I was like, yeah, this is Asmongold. We do a podcast. He was like, you're gonna get us kicked out of the house pretty bad. I think that the realtor that we found was retarded, and that's why we don't have a house. And I missed at least 3 streams because of it.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
It sucked.
So it was a total waste of time. Absolute massive fucking waste of time.
We got it cooking now.
Yes.
We're gonna get a new place soon. I think we'll be all set up and ready to go. This Airbnb is pretty sick.
It's
though.
a really nice place. It is. Like,
Dude,
I like it.
So you didn't see the actual listing? It literally says on it, maximum guests allowed 37.
37 exactly.
We are in a swinger's paradise right now.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Man, is this? Oh god. Okay.
I just thought about that while we're
It is what it is, right? It's fine.
Do we bring fucking UV lights?
No. It's better just to not to know. It's better to just not know.
I definitely agree.
Out of sight, out of mind.
So we took off 2 weeks.
We did.
Because we thought that we were going to be playing so much World of Warcraft.
Yes. That's right. And I took off. I played it for 3 days. It was a great 3 days. Amazing 3 days. Had a lot of fun. And now it's over. It's over already. I've got to actually go play it again and get ready for the raid and everything.
Dude,
so
15 years of it's over. I'm logging on tomorrow.
Yeah. It's over while you're online. Like, guys, I'm totally done with this. I'm not going to play anymore. Well, actually, I mean, I've been playing a lot of other stuff. I've been playing, like, Resident Evil and all of that. It's been great, honestly.
Dude, every time the mods, message me, and they're like, oh my god, he's actually going to beat the game. And I go, I did that.
Yeah.
I take credit for everything.
Honestly, like, there was a few people that were like, he's never going to beat a game ever again. And I'm like, little fucking bitch. Who the fuck do you think you are?
It's the one guy in
say
chat.
That? Yeah, like, really? Oh, really? You really think that? You're gonna be right just like you were right the other 15 times? No, not again.
You know who you sound like right now?
What?
Hassan.
What's true?
You guys are the same, bro.
I mean, it's true, yes. And no, you're right. And by the way, he also, apparently he had some collab planned with somebody, and it got canceled.
I DM'd him, the CIA guy. Yeah. I DM'd him.
Did you message him?
Off
I'm
chance.
gonna message him too.
Yes, on the off chance. Okay. You know what? I messaged. Never mind. We'll do it with you messaging him.
I'm gonna do it
just in case.
Yeah.
Because that would just be so fucking funny.
Fucking
and I like Hassan as an individual. I think that would be fucking funny. I think it'd be really fucking funny. That guy, by the way, I'm very curious to talk to him because I've seen him in videos before. Have you ever seen any of his stuff? So he's like a CIA
I've seen like
agent.
2-minute clips of his stuff. I've never watched anything like long form, but yeah, I've seen it.
His stories, he tells stories the way that I tell stories. So I'm like, I don't know if I trust him.
Yeah.
Like, this
that's real bad, guys.
Dude,
that's really bad.
He said this fucking story the other day that I saw where, like, he finds out that his wife was cheating on him.
Yeah.
Because his child goes, I told mommy not to kick Uncle Stalinky or something like that.
What the fuck?
And then he goes into the room, he's all pissed. Then she gets...
As March Madness brings thousands of fans into town, advocates warn there could be more happening here than basketball.
Unfortunately, a new campaign is shining light on the hideous crime of human trafficking and the demand behind it. News 4's Sydney Basloff has more details.
March Madness is underway here in Oklahoma City at the Paycom, but advocates say behind the games, a hidden issue could be happening at the same time. As fans pack into OKC for the NCAA basketball tournament, a national campaign is trying to grab their attention. This billboard from Lights for Girls is now up downtown with messages like, "It's mad to think sex buying is just a game, and sex buying is foul."
In conjunction with some of these large sporting events, there can be this dark underbelly of sex trafficking and sexual exploitation.
Advocates say when
large crowds gather, the demand for commercial sex can increase, creating opportunities
We're
for
okay on medics until we have to numb the pain.
There is sex trafficking and labor trafficking in Oklahoma because there is demand here.
The Dragonfly Home is
I bet no one has ever been as unnoticed as me.
Co-founder Melissa Ick says trafficking isn't just tied to big events like March Madness.
Fighting over.
Most of the people that we have served were born and raised in the United States, most of them in Oklahoma. They were sold, they were exploited in Oklahoma to Oklahomans who purchased that.
Ick says Oklahoma's high rates of poverty, incarceration, and domestic violence create vulnerability. And that's what traffickers target. And they often use manipulation like fake job offers or relationships to gain control.
They're very good at making someone believe it was their choice, their fault, even if there really wasn't a choice in the matter.
And while campaigns like this aim to raise awareness during big events, advocates say the reality doesn't end when the games do.
We serve victims of this crime and their family members, walking this out with them every day. The demand is already here. So when March Madness is over and people who came in go home, the demand for trafficking is still going to be here in Oklahoma City.
Sydney Batzloff, Oklahoma's News 4.
Sydney, thanks. We did reach out to law enforcement. They aren't anticipating this event to be as much of a human trafficking draw as something like the Super Bowl, but they will be closely monitoring.
Well, the death toll in the Middle East war continues to climb, but some who are dying are being killed by their own government.
Iran has stepped up public executions of protesters. Some of them are just teenagers. In many cases, they're being killed on the basis of confessions extracted under torture.
He was a sports hero in Iran. At 19 years old, a national wrestling champion. But not even that could save Saleh Mohammadi after he took part in a demonstration against the Iranian regime. Overnight, Iranian state TV named Saleh Mohammadi among 3 young men executed by public hanging for the uniquely Iranian crime of waging war against God. In other words, protesting the regime. Next in line, Ehsan Hosseinipour.
Ehsan is a 18-year-old boy. He is a football player.
He could be anyone's teenage son, posing for photos, loving his sport, dreaming of being an architect.
How immediate do you think the danger is for him that he could face execution at any day?
I think Ehsan is among dozens or even perhaps hundreds of prisoners in Iran at the imminent risk of execution.
Saba Vasavi is a Sydney University academic and journalist focused on human rights. She's been investigating both Ehsan Hosseinipour's case and the wider Iranian practice of extracting confessions from peaceful protesters through torture. Bizarrely, Ehsan confessed to setting a fire in a mosque that killed 2 security agents, despite being in custody when the offence occurred.
What are the conditions under which Ehsan will have made this confession?
He was subjected to electric shock. A gun has been placed in his mouth. Some of his family members who visited him in the jail, they witnessed some of the bruises and the sign of torture.
The human rights group Amnesty International has been monitoring the plight of Ehsan, along with dozens of others now facing execution.
This is not an isolated case. There is a pattern of torture and ill treatment being used.
Even now, under constant bombardment, the Iranian regime loves a big gesture. A huge welcoming display for the Iranian women's football team they were so quick to denounce as traitors when they refused to sing the national anthem during the Asian Cup in Australia. All seems forgiven now.
It was really hard, and I'm really glad I'm back.
But the most essential part of Iran's political theatre is public executions.
Broadly, it is to send a message to the broader population and to really stay in line and not to protest.
Like so many Iranian Australians, Saba Vasafi is longing for the Ayatollah's and their henchmen to go.
The war or bombardment cannot topple them, but the will of Iranian people and their economic collapse can lead to their end, I think.
So you think they are vulnerable to collapse?
It's a process, yeah. But like a mountain of ice, they are gradually is melting, and I can see step by step they are getting closer to their end.
Do you put yourself in danger, or your family members in Iran in danger, just simply by talking like this?
Since I left Iran, my family have been persecuted and harassed by the regime multiple times because of my work and my journalism, but I don't have a sense of fear.
You're a brave woman. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
And if you want to have a hand in trying to save those young men, those teenagers who are on death row in Iran, Amnesty International has a current campaign to try to save their lives, so you can get involved in that.
This is CBS LA at 4.
Right now at 4:30, claims of fraud during the 2025 election, the discrepancy now leading to an investigation.
Riverside County Sheriff and candidate for governor Chad Bianco is accusing State Attorney General Rob Bonta of interfering in an investigation into the 2025 special election.
As CBS LA's Zach Boetto reports, Bianco says there are discrepancies in the ballot count, but Bonta says the investigation undermines public confidence in state elections.
A ballot count clash at the center of an investigation that Riverside Sheriff Chad Bianco claims State Attorney General Rob Bonta is interfering in.
This investigation is simple. Physically count the ballots and compare that result with the total votes reported.
In question, the 2025 special election for Prop 50 regarding redistricting lines. A group of citizens, according to the sheriff, discovered the registrar of voters hand-counted just over 611,000 ballots. But 45,000 more votes were actually reported and certified to the Secretary of State, prompting the sheriff to start his own investigation. AG Bonta in a statement saying the investigation, quote, sets a dangerous precedent and will only sow distrust in our elections.
That is absolutely ridiculous. What does sow mistrust in our system is failing to conduct an investigation.
AG Bonta's team sent us these 3 letters showing Bonta's attempts to reach out to Bianco. The letter from February 26th shows the AG requesting copies of the court documents and asking the sheriff to pause the investigation to better understand the basis for the search. But the sheriff calling this request to pause interference.
The outrage that an investigation was happening was extremely concerning to me.
In a statement, AG Bonta says, quote, Sheriff Bianco's investigation is unprecedented in both scope and scale and appears not to be based on facts or evidence, but on unfounded allegations that have already been refuted by the Riverside Registrar of Voters. After getting the ballots through a warrant, Thursday, a judge ruling Bianco's department must pause the recount it's already started and restart with a special master watching over. While the recount won't count toward the election results for Prop 50, which passed in Riverside County with 56.3% of the vote, the Riverside County Registrar of Voters saying it will continue to comply with all lawful court orders and with all legal obligations applicable to election materials and election administration.
There is no acceptable error, small or large, in our election.
Bonta says his office will take further action as necessary. In Riverside, Zach Boetto, CBS LA.
Bombshell new report is exposing elections fraud in the state of California. New videos showing some of the homeless population being bribed with cash and drugs in exchange for registering to vote and signing election petitions. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joins us in this group who took this video, Jeff. They shared over 24 times. Appears to show cash exchange for ballot signatures and registration forms. Tell us more.
So in the nearly half-hour video, independent journalist James O'Keefe and his team are seen posing undercover on Skid Row in Los Angeles, all in an effort to expose election fraud, including what appears to be people being encouraged to use fake addresses to sign petitions and register to vote. From fake addresses to bribes, independent journalist James O'Keefe and his team recently went undercover along LA's Skid Row to expose election fraud in California.
After 9, they're going to give you additional one more sign. After that one more, you get $3.
But what is that petition for? You know?
What is the petition for?
We're getting
I don't know.
O'Keefe says in the nearly half-hour video, they captured 28 times state non-governmental employees encouraged the homeless to use fake addresses in order to sign petitions and register to vote.
What I put as my address. Yeah, just put up. You live on Pinocchio Lane. Oh, you can just fake it.
Oh, good.
In this video, we captured it 28 times over the course of a few days. That means it's happening tens, if not hundreds of thousands of times.
On hidden cameras, petitioners admitting they're paid between $7 and $10 per signature, but it is a federal crime to provide false information on a voter registration form or offer payment.
Now, because you haven't registered, I need to register you so I can get paid too. Okay, you guys, I need to get paid.
The video also highlighting the LA Homeless Services Authority, who distributes federal money to Weingart Center, a homeless service in LA. A LASA employee being caught on camera directing people to where fraudulent petitioners were located and coaching plausible deniability.
Go to Skid Row and see if there's people out there with clipboards. With patient ignorance is no excuse for the laws. But a lot of times I have to say I didn't know. I had no idea.
In response to the reporting, state leaders, including the first assistant U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, acknowledging what's being shown, writing on X, quote, "I want to assure the public that this DOJ, under the leadership of Attorney General Pam Bondi, will aggressively pursue anyone and everyone involved in violating federal election laws." The LA District Attorney's Office also responding to O'Keefe, "Our office received your complaint and will open a file for preliminary review." Plus, Governor Gavin Newsom, his office writing, quote, "Anyone caught engaging in this activity should be investigated and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law."
And I think that's why Newsom is putting out the statement he's putting out. I think because he knows he's going to have to do something on this.
Now, this investigation comes as the state of California is already being looked into by the Trump administration surrounding alleged hospice and home health care fraud. Independent journalist Nick Shirley also recently releasing a video claiming to have found over $170 million in state fraud. Reporting for the National News Desk, I'm Jeff Harris.
Jeff, thank you.
A new era of warfare is here, and it is absolutely horrifying. This is footage from 2 weeks ago where an Iranian suicide drone struck a U.S. naval radar station. This is, of course, devastating and destructive and unmanned. The Iranians were able to build this drone for just a couple $1,000. And look at the damage that it does to what is, without question, a $1 billion radar installation system. Well, I mean, that's value for money, right? When you're talking wartime, this is devastating effect has already been seen in the Ukraine war. Get a load of this. This stunned me this morning. Drone warfare accounts for 80% of the battlefield deaths in Ukraine now, attributable to drones. This applies to both Ukrainian and Russian military losses in the front lines. 70 to 80% of injuries and deaths on both sides are now just one-way attacks of suicide drones. This is the future of warfare. It's completely horrifying, and maybe we've seen it ourselves here in America already. A reminder that when Donald Trump won the 2024 election, immediately all across the East Coast, but especially around New Jersey, where Donald Trump was staying, especially right around the Bedminster Golf Club where Donald Trump was living at the time, there were all these insane drone sightings. Look at some of the images of these. Look at this. You can't tell, look at these. You can't tell me that this is not military grade, that this wasn't military grade stuff. I don't believe the lies. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. There are drones all over the eastern seaboard, but here you can see, this was a warning sign. This is a warning sign, I have no doubt, from a foreign power. This is what I always believed. This is what we said on the show. Look at this. This is military-grade stuff. All right? Now, I don't forget. They try to get us to forget this. It lights. We had on mayors. We had on all of the members of the. Oh yeah, don't worry. This is just weather control. You know, that would have been the logical explanation. The scariest explanation is that this is a foreign power flexing right over Donald Trump's house. The way that they look at the way that the sky lit up. Look at that. It's crazy. And they were flexing that they could do anything, and soon after this, they moved all of the inauguration indoors because of the fear of a drone attack that they can't stop. I believe that this is absolutely what was happening. They had like massive amounts of security at the Oscars because they were worried about a potential drone attack. This is something that's happening now in Washington, D.C. They don't want you to get scared about it, but drones that nobody knows where they're from or who's flying them are detected above the Army base where Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio live. This is something that is a not-so-kept secret in Washington, D.C., that the key members of the administration live on these secure military bases in order to be able to get in and out and, operate with absolute security with their children, families. A lot of these guys have wives and kids and stuff, and they all live there. I know a bunch of them who do. I'm not going to name them all, but Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth are named here. The reason why you would live on this military base is obvious. We all saw what happened to Charlie Kirk. He wasn't even working for Donald Trump. You know, Charlie Kirk technically held zero federal power, right? And Charlie was killed. I mean, imagine like what they would do to people who actually can like control the levers of power in the federal government. So of course you should live on a secure military base. But the base that they were living on had drones buzzing by their homes. It's terrifying, honestly. U.S. government is determined to figure out where they came from. Drones have appeared over Fort Leslie J. McNair on one night over the last 10 days. They occurred on multiple nights. This triggered meetings at the White House over how to respond to increased security measures. The military is already operating at a heightened level with the war in Iran. The drones over Fort McNair, which sits on the banks of the Anacostia River, have some officials considering whether to relocate Rubio and Hegseth, two people familiar. So far, Rubio and Hegseth have not moved. It's been known that they live on the General's Row in the base since October. The Pentagon chief spokesman, Sean Parnell, declined to comment. The department does not comment on the secretary's movements, security reasons, grossly irresponsible. This fort, as you can see here, is in like the shadow of the U.S. Capitol and is a famous military operations base right, of course, sort of the foot of the Potomac there off the National Mall in Washington, D.C. If you have drones that are flying overhead for two of the most powerful men in America and you have no idea where they are and their kids are there, and you see like how dangerous these drones are are literally slaughtering Americans all around the world if they can get access to them. Well, this is really quite the security concern. I mean, that will obviously end the lives of anybody close to these drones. Fort McNair is conveniently located near Capitol Hill, White House, and Pentagon. The apparent drone was a drone threat in Washington comes after Tampa's MacDill Air Force Base, home of Central Command, had to go on lockdown twice this week. U.S. Central Command military operations in Iran. This is like right down the street from me. The lockdown on MacDill came when suspicious packages were delivered to the visitor center. Second on Wednesday, it involved security incident on the base, shelter in place for hours. On Tuesday, the State Department told U.S. diplomatic posts worldwide to immediately evaluate their security amid ongoing and developing situation in the Middle East. According to the U.S. officials, drone threats have become more common. Trump ordered the strike that killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. So during Trump's 2024 campaign, Secret Service agents frequently encountered unidentified drones. You remember Thomas Crooks flew a drone over the site that he was about to shoot Trump in the head, and he successfully hit Trump in the head with a bullet. Miraculous that Trump is alive today. That September, Trump was informed that Iran wanted to assassinate him and had multiple teams ready to do so in the country. Trump was also told by officials there was no evidence linking Iran to the attempts on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. or West Palm Beach. Of course, we don't know that because they've never released all the information, as a matter of fact. So, really scary stuff here. U.S. base detected unidentified drones where Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio live. So let's read the details of this Washington Post report. The unidentified drones flew over the houses of Rubio and Hegseth. The military is monitoring potential threats. Because of the heightened level of alert, officials have not determined where they came from. In New Jersey, this week, Joint Base McGuire-Dix-Langhurst in New Jersey and MacDill Air Force Base has raised a protection level to Charlie, a designation that means the commander has intelligence indicating an attack is possible. Twice this week, lockdown facilities at MacDill Air Force Base. U.S. officials could not rule out a connection between Iran and the assassination attempts of Trump. Careful. You got to keep your head on a swivel. Just to show you sort of the, like exactly where these drones are flying. Look at this. You can see here, obviously the U.S. Capitol, right? The White House, map of D.C., and this is the Fort McNair right there. It's like right across the street from, you know, the Jefferson Memorial Island and so on, right next to where the Nationals play. Anyway, it's massive. You know, it's a very, very prominently located military base, maybe the most prominent in the world. You know, right there in Washington D.C., right there. And so if you're able to fly a drone over this, boy, you're able to like get straight in. You're able to get to the U.S. Capitol. You'd be able to get to the White House really quickly. And if you're able to zip around here and nobody can detect you, you're cooking. So obviously scary stuff. Here, unacceptable laser systems need to be deployed to take the drones down. What the heck? Just shoot them down and be done with it. That's right, shoot them down. I had a bill to shoot them down, but the gutless folks on both sides shot it down instead, says Tim Burchett. Protect our army bases, protect the people who are serving our country, and figure out what the hell these drones are. No one will ever be able to convince me that it was just like a weather experiment what was happening in New Jersey. It was a message saying we can get drones over anywhere in America. That's what it was. It was a message from our enemies. So, keep praying. Keep your head on a swivel. Be safe. Or Benny. Like, share, and subscribe for more breaking news. See ya.
Sneaky, sneaky. Stimpack reserves minimal.
What was your favorite game for the old PlayStation 2? Mine was Linux. That's right, in 2002, you could buy an official Sony Linux kit for your PS2. Jeez. And it was completely bonkers. And today, we're gonna install it, so stay tuned. And if you enjoy installing Linux on just about anything, I hope you'll consider subscribing to the channel. The PlayStation 2 was, of course, an insanely popular video game console. But what if... computer? This thing came from a time of transition in the home console market. In the 80s and 90s, consoles like the NES and Super Nintendo were a bit like arcade machines, stripped down for the home. In the 2000s, consoles started to be more like specialized gaming computers designed to hook up to a TV. The original Xbox famously ran a modified version of Windows 2000, and the PlayStation 2's Emotion Engine CPU was basically a fancy MIPS-L processor running at around 300 megahertz, with 40 megs of RAM bus RAM. Oh yeah, we're familiar with RAM bus RAM around here. There's 4 megs of video RAM in the graphics synthesizer GPU, and this sure sounds like something that could run Linux. And in a move that would never, ever happen today, Sony released an extremely comprehensive Linux kit for the PS2. I first saw one of these in an MJD video where he tinkered around with a Japanese market version, and I've been looking for the US market version for years. They're actually quite rare and go for a ridiculous amount of money on eBay. But I finally found a decent deal on the whole kit in excellent condition. And then I'll walk you through all of the absolutely insane bits and bobs the kit came with, and then we'll actually install Linux on this thing, and maybe even get it online. Right after this quick word about today's sponsor, Fantic. Using a rechargeable duster like the Fantic B10 Pro Max is so much less wasteful than using a can of compressed air. I've been using Fantic tools since way before they ever sponsored a video, and today I want to highlight two indispensable tools, including this one. The 130,000 RPM brushless motor delivers airflow speeds up to 65 meters per second, and the Mega Boost mode helps out in tight corners like inside PC cases. It has two 4,000 milliamp hour lithium batteries that provide up to 210 minutes of use per charge. It has a lovely smart display for battery and airflow levels, and built-in LED light. It also comes with a ton of attachments, both for whooshing dust and for things like inflating your inflatables. And this is the Nex E2 Ultra. This is the kind of screwdriver that you've seen me using on this channel since the very early days of Action Retro. Only bigger, and with way more stuff. This set comes with 50 high-strength S2 steel precision bits. In this neat RevoStar pop-out magnetic spinny bit holder with 12 types of tips. There's probably something in here for literally anything you could possibly be working on. The electric screwdriver has up to 0.6 Newton meters of torque, delicate enough for fine repairs on computers, tablets, watches. The E2 Ultra's 800 milliamp hour rechargeable battery lasts for 2.3 times longer than my original E1 Max that I've been using. So check the links down in my description below. I'm a big fan of Fantic, and I think you will be too. It is amazing how much cool stuff came with this Linux kit. We have a PS2 branded USB mouse, PlayStation 2 branded keyboard, an entire hard drive, a network adapter which also includes the IDE interface for the hard drive, and an adapter to hook this up to a VGA monitor. And I was genuinely surprised at just how nice some of these peripherals are. This keyboard, for instance, I would just use this on a normal computer. The key feel is actually quite lovely, solid but soft. There's a lovely glossy PlayStation 2 logo up here in the corner, and it's surprisingly solid feeling. Plus it has cool super buttons for Linux. Same thing with the mouse. It's PS2 branded, which kind of looks amazing. It's a neat kind of small size and nice and clicky. Sony really went with quality stuff here. We have our Sony PlayStation 2 branded hard drive, and continuing the trend of sparing no expense, check this out. The 40 gigabyte hard drive is a Sony branded drive. Of course, installing Linux isn't the only reason you'd install a hard drive in your PlayStation 2, though I think it was pretty uncommon to do so at the time. We have the PlayStation 2 network adapter, which in addition to, oh my god, come out of there, which in addition to providing an Ethernet port, also provides the IDE and IDE power connections so we can hook up our hard drive. And lastly, the most interesting thing to me, I think, is this cable, which provides a VGA connection for your PlayStation 2. I thought you could just plug this into a TV and use it that way, but no. This specifies a sync-on green monitor. So I think I have a Dell laying around that we can use. All right, let's install the hard drive in the back of this thing. Pop out the expansion port cover. Big ol' empty space. It's just the right size for this hard drive. Get in there. Perfect. And then we have our network adapter, which provides the connection for the hard drive as well. Plug in our VGA adapter. Nice. Not gonna lie, it feels a little weird plugging a keyboard and mouse into a PlayStation 2. But there you have it. Computer. Alright, well, here it is, our super janktastic PlayStation 2 Linux machine. I'm pretty sure this Dell monitor supports sync on green, so it should be compatible. I've hooked it up to the VGA connector on the adapter. I've hooked up audio to these nice Harman Kardon 90s computer speakers. I've also hooked up a controller because I did read that we will need a controller for this. But let's power this thing on without the disc and just see what it's like. Oh yeah! Look at that. Alright, well, good news. The monitor does work. Unfortunately, it's not showing all of the colors. I hope it's not a problem with the cable or something, but yeah, that's a lot of green. Alright, let's take a look at our discs here. We have two, the Linux for PlayStation 2 Disc 1, which is the runtime environment, and Disc 2 claims to be software packages. We also have this nice software manual. Remember when games used to come with instructions? I miss this. And yeah, there's a lot of information in here. I don't know if we're gonna need this, but we'll keep it handy. Let's just pop in Disc 1 and see what happens. Oh my god. No, take it. Aha. Boot? Hello? Oh, it's doing it! It's still green. Oh my god, it's booting Linux. Look at that. Runtime environment for PS2 Linux 1.0. Ooh, our keyboard does work. I guess we don't need a controller. Let's just go with install. The hard drive, the memory card. Oh, we need a memory card. I almost forgot. It stores the boot files on this 8 megabyte memory card. Does this want the controller? Okay. Insert disk 2 to load data from the disk. Seems reasonable. The drive tray keeps hitting the keyboard. That's slightly annoying. Oh my god, stop ejecting. Now once we insert disk 1 again. What is this? A 1980s Macintosh? Oh my god, stop. Stop! This drive tray has a mind of its own. I kind of love this goofy little penguin here that's yelling 1.0. Well, it's doing stuff. Oh my goodness! Yes! It's Linux booting! Oh, this is a very familiar installation here. This is like Red Hat from back in the day. More disk swapping. Okie doke. Welcome to PS2 Linux. The installation process is outlined in detail in the PS2 Linux software manual. If I have the manual, I should read the installation section before continuing. All right, read it. Let's go. Oh yeah, default is Window Maker. If you don't know what Window Maker is, prepare to be impressed. Okay, I guess I will look up the partitioning here. All right, it would appear that PS2 Linux is already installed on this thing. So I suppose we are just going to delete everything. Delete, delete, delete. According to the manual here, 2 partitions are needed. The Linux native and it wants a swap partition as well. Makes sense. All right, so let's add the root partition. Actually, let's do swap first. We'll give it 256. There we go. Let me add Linux native for the whole rest of the drive. I believe that's all we need here. Click OK. Save changes. Yep. And yeah, format that. Host name here. We should think of something clever. Pull Linux station. All right, DHCP. Hopefully that works. What time zone am I in? I'm in the best time zone there is. US Eastern. Need a strong and secure password. Definitely not just the word action in all lowercase. And a user count, sure. And a strong and secure password. Use shadow passwords, MD5, okay. All right, I think we're getting to the good stuff. Video card, GS. Yep, sounds right. PS2 Linux starts up with the memory card. For PS2 Linux startup, that's that 8 megabyte memory card. Yeah, turn on swap space. All right. Oh, it's doing stuff. Oh, that's not a good sign. All right, we are installing packages. Despite that input-output error, I'm sure that's fine. So hopefully jump cut to Linux is installed. Need to insert a memory card into memory card slot 1, which I've already done. Well, I'm sure it takes its time doing this memory card thing. Congratulations! Installation is complete. It sounds like one last disk swap, and I'm pretty sure we need this disk installed anytime we want to boot Linux. Alright, first boot into our hopefully successfully installed Linux environment. Yeah, here we go. Boot. Memory card. Loading. Let's just turn this into computer mode. Ta-da! Now it's a tower. Oh, it's bringing up the Ethernet interface. I better plug this in. Oh yeah, this PlayStation isn't playing. Let's log in and then start X. Yes! Slightly off center. Let's try to fix that. Alright, quick switch to a different LCD. And look at that! Samsung Sync Master to the rescue. And this is the absolutely glorious Window Maker desktop environment. If this looks somewhat familiar to you, that's because it's basically a re-implementation of the Next Step and OpenStep desktop environment, and I think it's glorious that this is what the PlayStation 2 Linux defaults to. Got a dock on the side, which is reminiscent of the Mac OS X dock, with applications and preferences and a calendar. Let's give this a quick uname-r, uname-a, and look at that, we are Linux Linux Station kernel 2.2.1, compiled for MIPS and unknown. Spooky. Of course, the big question is, are we online? We are! I just downloaded the Frogfight homepage. Do we have a frickin' web browser on here? Let's see, we have to right-click the desktop to get to an application menu. Let's see. I don't see a web browser installed. Now, according to the instructions, we can install packages from disk 2 in a very Linuxy way by mounting it and installing via the command line using the RPM command. Alright, give me this. No, come on. Work. Nope. Why do you have to be so difficult? I should probably, like, fix this or something. Open. Nope, nope. Do it. Alright, let's open a terminal, and then following these instructions, we will mount /t. Need to be the root user. Alright. Mount /t UDF dev CD-ROM to mount CD-ROM. Man, this keyboard is really lovely to type on. And then we'll go to the CD-ROM that's mounted, and SCEI RPMs. And we can ls a list of stuff to install. Sure is taking its time. Oh boy, there is a lot of stuff, and K-Term doesn't have a lot of readback here. Okay, let's look for a different terminal. Alright, we have eTerm. I've never used that, but let's give it a shot. Oh yeah, look at this nonsense. eTerm. Alright, let's run it from here. There we go. Now we'll go to mount CD-ROM. We can ls in here with hopefully enough readback to see what we actually have to install. Oh yeah. Well, I've got an FTP server in here. Do we have an HTTP server? Probably. How funny would it be to host a website from the PlayStation 2? I think it would be hilarious. Oh, we've got compiling stuff. That's good. GIMP is in here. Ooh, there's gedit. Alright, I wonder if we can get something like pfetch working on here. Alright, well, apparently this version of wget does not support HTTPS, but I have a secret weapon. There is actually a Linux for PlayStation 2 community with a whole bunch of cool stuff, including something just called Cool Stuff. But it has all sorts of versions of Firefox, and actually a whole bunch of stuff we can try on here. All right, let's try to wget a Firefox. All right, it downloaded, I think. It did not. Let's see, did I typo this? All right, downloading Firefox 2.0. Extracting everything. Looks like we got it intact. Yeah, CD Firefox. We have a Firefox binary. Let's try that. Well, Firefox 2 doesn't work, but Firefox 1.5 Deer Park does. Look at that. We are browsing the internet on our PlayStation 2. Oh yeah, look, there's Black Rhino, a more advanced Linux for this bad boy. How freaking cool is this? And cursed. Okay, so I have downloaded a few fetch utilities like pfetch and fet.sh. Let's see if pfetch will show us our system stats. Segmentation fault. All right, let's try fet.sh. Hey, well, at least we got something. It sees that we are in the bash shell, and that's it. Awesome. All right, I also downloaded Nano. Okay, good, we have Nano. Let's try to nano fet.sh, turn off suppress errors, see if we can maybe get some additional system information. Permission denied. All right. We'll do it as root. Yeah, turn off suppress errors. Let's try this again. Nope, just complaining about GTK. I guess this system is too alien for even the most minimal fetch type app. Nano pfetch. Yep, no idea why this segmentation faults. All right, let's see if we can spruce up the appearance a little bit. We've got lots of themes. Oh yeah, look at that. Get some styles in here. Black texture, sounds good. What's the difference between a theme and a style? Ugh, horrible. Can we get a nice background in here? Ooh, pretty. Step 2000. Ooh, this theme comes with a background, and it looks kind of awesome. Yep, that's boring. Leet WM. Oh my goodness. Look at this monstrosity. Ooh, kind of like this. There we go. Perfect. So that is the official Sony Linux for the PlayStation 2. But we've only scratched the surface because I have some totally cursed plans for this. Like, hilariously, running a web server and opening it up to the general internet. There's also a few more modern distros we can try on this thing for additional fun. Let me know what you think I should do with Linux on the PlayStation 2 down in the comments below. But as always, thank you very much for watching. And I just want to give a very special thank you to all of my Patreon supporters and channel members. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, for supporting me and supporting this channel and all the weird stuff I do. I am so very grateful, and I just could not do this without you.
What's up, guys? President Trump is, if anything, a pragmatist who understands the realities of the political landscape. He was elected president 3 times. He has a beloved 77 million supporters who are rock solid with him, and people are going to accept that Donald Trump can also be someone who can read sort of the winds of change. And when it comes to the war in Iran, it's increased gas prices. It's caused some major frictions inside of his administration. Obviously, the Joe Kent crash out. Now I'm hearing rumors that maybe Tulsi Gabbard, maybe J.D. Vance doesn't want to run for president in 2028, stuff like that. Donald Trump's like needing to bring it together, bring it home, kind of like do the final note and crescendo on the war in Iran. And it seems like Trump's instinct snapped directly into place last night, and that's exactly what happened here with this Truth Social, where President Trump says he's going to wind down the Iran war, and he claims the U.S. has destroyed all of Tehran's military capacities and reveals his plans for the future critical Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so Donald Trump obviously knows that this was a massive, risky move. He's a man who can absorb an enormous amount of risk, and he walked out with Marco Rubio yesterday at the White House after posting this: "We are close to meeting our objectives, and we will consider winding down our military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime." Now, for anybody who thinks that Donald Trump is, I think that Donald Trump is obviously reading the political pressures of the midterms and reading, kind of like the internal dialogues in his administration here. But he's also incredibly consistent. He said he wanted to bomb Iran for, I don't know, the last like 50 years. Donald Trump's been saying this since the 80s. So, mission accomplished. I don't know. I'm not sure if he's going to do a landing on a giant aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean, but like, why not? Why not? I'm very excited for us to move on to the Bay of Pigs 2.0 version of the American empire conquering the world. But here we go. Here's what the president says. 1, we have completely degraded Iran's missile capacity, launchers, and everything pertaining to them. We've destroyed Iran's defense and industrial base. We've eliminated their navy and air force, including aircraft weaponry. We will never allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon, and always be in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to such a situation, protecting the highest level of Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. And the Strait of Hormuz will be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it, not the United States. That's very, very critical and important. We got enough going on in our hemisphere. Let us be the master of our own hemisphere. The United States does not. If asked, we will help these countries in the Straits of Hormuz, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be easy military operation for them. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, so Donald Trump at the White House yesterday, walking out saying,
"Okay, guys, I got some stuff around for us. I'm going to clean an old school e-machine. I think it's running Windows XP, and it'll be fun. It actually has an old school e-machine monitor with it, and yeah, I hooked it up once before and it ran, so I know it runs. And then we'll do a little video on the cleaning, so this will be fun. It's going to be a hot day today, so I'm not sure if I'm going to do some of it outside and then some of it back inside and maybe turn it on inside, or everything all in once outside. Yeah, we'll see.
Sneaking done.
I got one more video to get through here, and then I'm done with the,
all right, so Donald Trump, the White House also
morning
posting
transmission
as a quote, "We are getting very close to our objectives as we consider
gotta
winding
get
down
some
our
hobbies
military
done around
efforts
the
in
house.
the Middle East."
Falling short
This
on some
is
things I was trying to get done.
not just
and
Trump sort of
I'm not
openly
going to be able to
declaring
react
victory, it's
if I'm
Trump
outside
signaling that
working,
the
so
war
I might as well
is
just
over, right? President
not
Trump
try
confirmed their
and
Iran
just
war
go get that done.
will be winding down. CENTCOM drops more badass footage of the Iranian regime targets being taken out. I have enjoyed the hype videos.
These guys are doing pretty good
But there are
explaining
political
what needs to
realities,
be said.
obviously, to this type of military action and adventurism. The political realities are obviously that gas prices have gone haywire, and so has the stock market and things like that. And people are going to be focused on the midterms, as they always are, as they always have been, forever and for all time, on the economy. This will be it. That'll be the question. For all the people pretending to be worried about another endless war, here's the planned exit strategy. Read it and weep. Trump, we are winding down. Fantastic. Donald Trump says we are very close to meeting our objectives. The internet is celebrating, pray that this is true. And Anna Paulina Luna on Bill Maher's show, effectively revealing this. She's very close to the White House. She's very close to the president. And Anna Paulina Luna went on Bill Maher's show and sort of revealed what Donald Trump has been thinking. And she's a veteran herself. She's married to a veteran. Good. I knew boots on the ground narrative was BS. If Trump manages to wind down the Iran war early, as he said he would, the podcast bros will take credit. Easiest prediction to make.
Fighting over.
LOL, the whole we're going to de-escalate right before we bomb the shit out of them shtick again. I'm sure Iran will fall for it. So some people saying that this is fake, but I guess we'll see. Outstanding. Europe, Japan, China, they all depend on the Strait for oil. We don't. Let them do something to help themselves for change. Trump's rhetoric has always been bullish. This is a true signal pointing to buying more time for a specific unknown reason. I guess we'll see. Donald Trump at the White House military event.
Begin by just saying we're doing extremely well in Iraq. The difference between them and us is they had a Navy 2 weeks ago, they have no Navy anymore. So every problem is ships knocked down in 2 days.
Does that feel better?
Ladies and gentlemen, here's how Anna Paulina Luna reacted to that exact same question. The question of, will this be a forever war on Bill Maher? Go ahead and watch here.
My guess is he's not. It just seems like he gets out of shit. But can he get out of this one? That's my question. Can he get out of this one?
Yeah, I think, I guess one of the biggest announcements that just happened about maybe 43 minutes ago is that he announced that they're going to be winding down operations. And look, I've been on the phone with the White House from the very beginning. Obviously, being a veteran myself, you know, my husband, for goodness sakes, was shot in Afghanistan. So for me, the last thing I want is boots on the ground, and I would never vote for that. But to be very clear, the president and the White House had never advocated for that as well.
He said he might do it
well,
a couple of weeks ago.
I think internal conversations with the White House that we're having are maybe different than what, you know, is out there. Remember, President Trump has been very good
came out of his
at
mouth,
using President Trump in private conversations, as well as the White House, though, has been very clear that they're not.
So you would split
as
with him if he
objective.
put boots on the ground?
Well, I don't think that he's going to. I mean,
But you would?
Yes, I
You would?
But I will tell you this, that in my discussions with the White House, that's never been something that's actually being discussed. And also, too, the day after it happened, I think this is important for people to know, I talked to Secretary Rubio within 24 hours of everything going down. And what I will tell you is, and we can probably get into the issue of whether or not there was an imminent threat, which in my belief there was, but there was this thing called the Nazir Plan. And that was basically, if they were hit at all, that they would retaliate. And as you saw in Tulsi's hearing that she did the other day, she said part of her job at ODNI is to actually provide the threat analysis of potential outcomes for if that were to take place. And it is my belief that they would have basically resulted in mass fatality for our troops in the southern portion of that region.
Well, you seem to know some stuff we don't.
Well, that's why I'm here to kind of have the discussion, though, because I think
I mean, you know,
like people have the right to be concerned.
Do you know this shit, Paul?
No.
Nick Shirley has apparently brought something big back. He's brought back journalism. Take a look at this. This is CBS News.
So this building right behind me here has 89 hospices, and it's the most extreme case of hospices that are all clustered together.
Here we go.
So this building right behind me here has 89 hospices. And
89 hospices. 89.
It's the most extreme case hospices that are all clustered together in all of LA County, and it's known as Ground Zero. We're going to try to go in and see what we can find.
Let's take a look at it.
Agency, hospice.
Can you come back?
Just looking at this directory, you can see dozens of hospice agencies coming up. So inside the lobby, there's a directory with a long list of hospice agencies, and the building's owner talked to us, and he told me that a lot of them have recently moved. He said that only 12 of them remain.
I have vacancies.
Wow. Wonder why.
That guy's
Tenants
roaching out.
Will come in as long as they're legit.
Yeah.
They have
valid things that we need, I rent. I'm not a police or keeper of
It's not his fault.
what they do, how they do business.
We weren't the first ones to come to this building. Federal inspection records show that regulators visited multiple suites in Mojave Plaza between 2021 and 2025, and they found nearly 400 violations. And the
And what
owner
happened?
told me Medicare officials came to his building years ago, specifically looking for hospice agencies. He let them come in and do their thing, and he said that everyone cooperated and that the business owners didn't really seem that concerned. Some patient advocates say there's another explanation, which is that some might just be ghost hospices that only exist on paper, bill Medicare for services that they don't ever actually provide.
Yep. We need to do the largest deportation effort in human history. We need to weaponize the National Guard and the military and systematically remove every single person that is an immigrant, a migrant, a refugee, any sort of asylum seeker, and illegal, anybody who is in this fucking country who is scamming us.
Now, back in 2022, the California auditor came out with this scathing report on hospice fraud, and they came up with a list of about 6 potential warning signs for potential fraud. And we found that 72 of the 89 registered here still have at least 3 of those potential warning signs.
If you learn of hospices in your building that are accused of fraud,
I would immediately.
you would get rid of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But that hasn't happened yet.
No, I have. No one has ever come to me tell me that.
Well, he
okay,
got no idea. I mean, this guy just runs a building. Like, he's not the police. Like, it's not his job to do this. Realistically,
this or
it's
that
not.
Is doing fraud.
And the building owner said he's all in favor of stopping fraud because at the end of the day, it's you and I who are going to have to pay for it.
Yep.
Maybe state
it's
and
not
the
his problem.
federal
No, it's
government, it's becoming restrict on many businesses, and I'm all for it because at the end of the day, you and I are paying for all those things that are not right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we pay for this shit, and we're paying for these people that scam us. I'm glad to see CBS News actually doing something beneficial for once. They're actually coming out and trying to find out the truth of this stuff rather than, making leading articles and then pushing out more fake news bullshit. I'm very, very happy to see this. Hopefully it continues. I think that there's been a little bit more about this, too, that I was going to look at. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, yeah, here's another one. Compilation of me knocking on doors that are never open. Each address is associated with the daycare, most receiving hundreds of thousands from Washington State.
Because last year they reported almost $2 million in sales. But both of the families that run daycare out of this one small unit on Martin Luther King Jr. Way are not answering the door. I'm looking for Mohammed Asli. Mohammed Asli, is this Bilan Family Childcare? Bilan Childcare? It's not at this address? Okay. I received almost $500,000 for supposedly caring for 6 kids last year. Rice sitting. I don't hear anyone moving inside.
Where's the bananas?
Over 133 grand from the state. They're caring for 4 children, presumably.
Man, so it's just dude, what the fuck? I know. I don't think people realize, like, I grew up in Austin, Texas, in a working class neighborhood. There were a lot of people who had dubious nature citizenship here in where I've grown up, right? And in the process of growing up here, I've seen the way that these people manipulate, get over on, and take advantage of the system. I've seen this happen many times. And because I've seen it so much, that's given me a unique insight into the way that these people treat things and the way that they behave. And now that more people are seeing it, you're starting to see everybody else pick up on the same thing. So Nick's starting an army of journalists. I think 95% of them are in on the scam. No, you're wrong. It's like 100% basically. They're all in on it. They all know what's going on. They're all doing it. I'm in the mindset that once these people come are condoning violence or bases of their argument, I just automatically ignore their point. Yeah, exactly. I think that's true too. Imagine if Nick never made his video. Well, the problem is that there's a lot of people that are still trying to defend it. There are. And so you have, is this the same clip? I think no, this is a separate one.
This was what we refer to as ground zero.
Ground
zero. That
zero.
building is considered ground zero because it just was so blatant.
Hospice patient advocate Sheila Clark has been raising alarm on this one building in LA for years. This building, our investigation found, is home to 89 registered hospice companies. It's called the Mojave Professional Medical Plaza, and it's the most extreme case of hospice clustering that we found.
And this particular building, I noticed, I'm like, dang, how can there be that many licensed and certified hospices in this tiny little building?
We went to the Van Nuys address to find out what's going on. We're going to try to go in and see what we can find. Here's the directory.
I think we've seen this part. Let me double check.
Hospice.
Hospice.
Home Health Agency. Hospice. Hospice.
Can you come back?
Just looking at this directory, you can see dozens of hospice agencies coming up. The state and federal records for hospice agencies tell you a lot. State auditors have identified warning signs when they're looking for fraud,
Potential
like
fraud.
multiple hospice offices packed into one building. Or
all of this is by design. I say this over and over, and I will continue saying it. They are doing this on purpose. They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants into our country. And that's the reason why. And by the way, for you guys that are in Europe that are watching this, the same thing's happening over there. You just might, it's just a different, it's maybe a different strategy. Do you really think that the people going to Europe aren't doing the same thing? Of course they are. Like, we have a massive problem. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem. There is clearly a problem. There is clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop.
caretakers whose patients who are supposedly at death's door are discharged alive. According to our analysis, 72 of the 89 registered hospices in Mojave Plaza have at least 3 of those potential warning signs.
Yep.
This isn't possible.
That's
This,
right. That's
it
right.
made no sense because I know what a licensed and certified hospice looks like.
Yep.
We weren't the first ones to come to this building. Federal inspection records show that regulators visited multiple suites in Mojave Plaza between 2021
This is the part that I saw already. And oh, here it is.
At one, a nurse wrote that a patient's family was satisfied with the care, but inspectors found no one from the hospice ever even visited that patient.
Yeah, that's because what they do is that they have, so this is the strategy. They basically sign up people for fake patients, and then they split the money that they get from the government with that patient's family. So that's the way it works. So like, let's say that, you know, they find somebody they know and they sign this person up for hospice care. And then after they sign the person up for hospice care, then after that, they say, okay, well, now we need $2,000 from the government. So now you're getting $2,000 from the government. Okay, well, you know, you take 500 of that dollars and then you give that to the family that you're giving hospice care to. And then you don't have to do anything. The family doesn't have to do anything. And you just got a free $500. And who paid for it? The taxpayer did. That's the way it works.
At another, the patients...
And that's the reason why the patients aren't the ones complaining. It's because they're in on it too.
Chart listed medications for malaria and diabetes. But the patient told inspectors he wasn't taking either one.
Yep.
And at that same company, a hospice social...
Why does it feel like independent creators like Nick Shirley have to expose something before mainstream media will touch it? It's because there's a racial connotation to this, because the overwhelming amount of people that are doing this are non-white. Like, it's disproportionately non-white immigrant minorities that are doing this. It's obvious. And so the mainstream publications don't want to cover it. They don't want to talk about it for that reason. If it was white people doing this, every single fucking news, like CNN would be doing 60-minute specials on this, or 60 Minutes would be, you know, ABC News would be there constantly. Do you remember, like, whenever they wanted to make that one, like, white-only commune or something like that, and everybody was talking about it? It's mostly Muslims, so, say it right. Listen, okay? Don't you bring your European bullshit over here, all right? For us, it's only partly Muslim, okay? For you guys, it's mostly Muslim.
A worker wrote about a family's grief when their loved
That's
one
not our
had
problem.
passed.
That's yours.
But there is no evidence the patient was actually dead. These hospices have been billing Medicare for reimbursement with your tax dollars.
And you have like whenever somebody dies, they get a death certificate, and that's verifiable through like public record. It's super easy to find that.
For years.
Why are we still seeing such, rampant signs of this? Why hasn't more been done?
We're committed to...
Because they're ignoring it for racial solidarity and ethnic reasons. That's the reason why, and for voting. They want to activate racial, minority, and ethnic and religious groups collectively, and because of that, they give them these privileges so they will vote as a bloc in their favor. That's the reason why.
Tackling the issue until we root it out and extinguish all fraud.
So who's working to fix this? Well, the state attorney general is the one responsible.
Nobody will fix it.
For investigating the industry here in California.
California is always going to have the biggest numbers. We're the biggest state. We're the fourth largest economy in the world. We have the most people of any state.
He's right.
And but this issue is unacceptable, and we need to keep tackling it and do more.
We're also following the money here.
The problem is that there also is another big component that the people that get in trouble for this, the punishment for it isn't severe enough. It must be more severe.
Care is federally administered. It's your federal tax dollars going to these hospices.
That's right.
So we sat down with Dr. Mehmet Oz, who...
Oh, shit. See, like, I would, unironically, if they ever asked me to help with, like, catching this fraud, I would probably take time off of my stream to do it. Like, if I knew that I could get these people deported and sent back to fucking Guatemala or Somalia or wherever the fuck they came from, if I knew I could do that, I would take a break from my stream. I'd stream less so I could do that all the time. Like, I would be backing these guys up every day. Like, I gotta remember, I used to work at the IRS. Like, I would love to do this.
Heads the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Make insane content of it?
Is this
Oh no, I'd show up at their house with the ICE agents. I'd show up like Ash Ketchum. I'd say, guess what? Guess what? Get your shit. Nah, bring your family too. Let's go, boys. Come on. Get in the van. Get in the red and blue van. Gotta catch them all. That's right. The Pokemons are? You're right. Fraud Enforcement Division, it's the Fed. I guess you're right, yeah. And new frauds are. No, I would do this, and honestly, I'd make videos about them. Like, and I'm gonna be real, like, I would be so brutal to these people, people would say it's too much. I would be filming them crying, walking out, getting dragged out. I'd put, like, Pokemon theme music over it. I'd do the whole thing. I hate them. I hate them.
Accelerating the enforcement, the shutting down of these hospices?
We have dramatically accelerated our
American
ability
suit,
to take
yeah,
out
exactly.
the bad guys
Never
by
too much,
stopping
yep.
their payments. And that's
Get
the
a big net.
mindset shift.
Ooh,
want
I like
to
the
make
net
it clear, we're not going to pay you money
They're
just
shooting
because
missiles
you
up
sent me a
again?
piece of paper with a bill on it. We're going to check to make
That's
sure
right.
that's legitimate and that document is evidence that you actually...
Nah, y'all not doing enough. Like, it's good. It's good that he's doing this, but, like, you got to go after them after that.
Something that's
You got to do
helpful
it
to
after
the
the fact.
American people, or you're not getting money from us.
When we went
Anyone
back to
scamming
Mojave
should round it
Plaza,
up. You're right.
we found the building's owner, Kambiz Mojave.
I have vacancies.
And I think that, for the really good scammers that are like at like $5 million, we could have like a financial, competency test where it's kind of like the Squid Games, but it's the scam games. And so whoever can scam in the most efficient way or like understand scams in the most efficient way can get another visa they can actually get their citizen. Basically, they can be scammers, but if they win this system, then they can get the visa back and then help us get more scammers like them. Like a snitch system. We hire them, yeah, exactly. You get a government job, yeah.
Tenant would come in as long as
we saw this part.
If you learn of hospices in your building that are accused of fraud,
I would immediately
you would get rid of them.
Seize the assets?
Okay.
Oh, I'd
Yes.
take
But
all,
that
I'd
hasn't
take all their
happened yet.
shit.
No, No one has ever come to me tell me that, okay, this or that is doing fraud.
Why is he talking to the landlords but not the businesses? Because the businesses aren't there. That's the whole point. But why is he talking to the businesses? Brother, it's because they don't exist. That's the reason why. Like, that's it. What you said already exists. It's called most forensic accountants. Well, they got to have more of them. They do. They got to have way more of them. Right now, they don't have enough, and it's a huge problem. I wish they had a lot more, and I don't know why. White hat fraudsters, exactly. I don't think jail time for any of these people will work. There needs to be public executions. I think that if you scam for maybe like more than $50 million, I think we could put your head on a chopping block for sure. Why not? Why not? Just let them know. Every once in a while, just let them know, right?